Hi, folks. Just in case you're wondering, we're just waiting on a couple pieces of substitute language, and then we'll get going here on deliberations. Should be ready in a minute. Thanks.
And that's why we ask you to submit it ahead of time.
All right, good morning, everybody. The day is Friday, February 24th. The time is 9:12 a.m. Board is coming back on the record. And we will, about to get ready to deliberate Group 1, but before we do that, Mr. Jensen, will you put some additional disclosure information on the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess there's been questions about my son's ownership in a particular fish processor up in Naknek, and how it relates to a processor down in Area M. And the questions that I've heard, the answer is there's no direct ownership, only indirect. The value of the indirect ownership is less than $2,000. There's no income associated with the indirect ownership. I reviewed a list of potential conflicts of interest with the members of this board at the start of this meeting. Since then, I have received some questions about whether my son Jeremy, Bristol Bay commercial fishing operation, specifically his ownership interest in the processing plant that buys his fish in Bristol Bay, constitutes a financial interest in the Area M Fisheries. I've gathered additional information and reviewed this with the Alaska Department of Law. The value of my son's interest falls well under the thresholds described by law in 3952.110D and doesn't constitute a conflict of interest. That's what I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Wood.
Did I understand you correctly, Mr. Jensen, the Department of Law determined you do not have a conflict on this?
The Department of Law does not make that determination, I do, but the Department of Law did advise us as to, or the AS 3952.110, paragraph D, which defines the scope of the Alaska Executive Branch Ethics Act, and there's a $5,000 threshold described in paragraph D for ownership interest in a company.
Okay.
Yeah, I just asked Mr. Peterson for some information, and he referred me to the ethics officer, which is Madam Chair.
It's the only question I have. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Are there any other board questions? Thank you for that additional disclosure, Mr. Jensen, as we just discussed and as described in AS 3952.110, paragraph D. I do not believe that your son's ownership constitutes a conflict of financial conflict of interest under this section of law. So you may fully participate in the matters before us at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Moving on, let's go ahead and get into deliberations of Group 1. Group 1 consists of 7 proposals for subsistence salmon and sport fishing. And we will begin this morning with proposal number 98.
For the record, Tyler Lawson, Cold Bay Assistant Area Management Biologist, Proposal 98, 5AAC 01425, waters closed to subsistence fishing.
Okay, Madam Chair, move to adopt with language found in RC 137.
Second, Nash, unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board has before it the substitute language in RC 137. First, proposal number 98. Staff comments, please.
The department submitted this proposal and supports its adoption.
Will you please describe what the proposal does?
Yes, sure. So this proposal would provide more access to subsistence fishing for subsistence fishermen who do not hold a CFEC permit or crew member license. So individuals that do not have a commercial fishing license or CFEC permit who wish to subsistence fish would be allowed to subsistence fish in waters closed to CFEC limited entry permit holders as described in 5AAC 09350, regardless of when a commercial salmon fishery opening occurs.
Thank you. So the current regs do what? Can you describe the existing regulation, please?
Sure, Madam Chair. So currently, we have subsistence regulations tied in with commercial fishing regulations. And so if you look on page 3, which is figure 98.1 in the staff comments, that map, if you see those black shaded areas, those areas are closed to commercial salmon fishing. The way the regs currently read, It also closes those areas to subsistence fishing whenever there is a commercial fishery opening. And so for subsistence users who don't do any salmon fishing, they end up having to see what the scheduled openers are and call us to see if we're announcing openers, and that determines where and when they can go fishing. And so it really kind of affects some of those black areas around Cold Bay, such as Kinzaroff Lagoon to the north side, and Thin Point as a couple of examples. So basically going to help some users who just kind of get around in a small lund or put their gill net and a tote in the back of their four-wheeler to access those areas, and they don't have to worry about whether or not there's a commercial opener.
Thank you. So this essentially opens it up and subsistence users can harvest at their convenience, essentially.
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name's on the RCA, and I was requested to do so this morning. Apparently, well, not apparently, back a couple of weeks ago, Captain Frenzel had some concerns in the February 13th memo to us, or letter to us, and I would just like to confirm with the captain that this language adequately addresses those concerns, sir.
Through the chair, Member Wood, yes, it does.
Yeah. So with that in mind, that was the purpose behind the substitution, and seems to address an issue that is relatively simple to address, and I'll be voting in favor.
Other board discussion? Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll also be voting in favor of this proposal. I think it's entirely appropriate to be providing subsistence opportunity and creating ease for subsistence users to access the resource. And given that Mr. Wood's new language in the RC 137 addresses the concerns that the Department of Public Safety had, I'll be voting in favor.
Mr. Zare.
Yeah, I see nothing but positives here, so I'll be probably voting for this proposal too.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, will be supporting this one, and I'll do the subsistence regulation review. Is this stock in a non-subsistence area? No. Is this stock customarily and traditionally taken or used for subsistence? Yes, the board determined that salmon in the Alaska Peninsula area support customary and traditional subsistent uses. Can a portion of this stock be harvested consistent with sustained yield? Yes, subsistence harvest within the Alaska Peninsula is consistent with sustained yield. What is the amount reasonably necessary for subsistence uses? The board established a range of 34,000 to 56,000 salmon are reasonably necessary for subsistence uses. Under state regulations, all state residents are eligible to participate in subsistence salmon fishing. A subsistence permit, which must be used to record daily harvest, is required for fishing in the Alaska Peninsula area. There's an annual limit of 250 salmon per household, but a permit holder may obtain an additional permit from the department. Do the regulations provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses? I haven't heard anybody talk about not meeting their subsistence uses in the peninsula area. Is it necessary to reduce and eliminate other uses to provide for reasonable opportunity? And at this time, I don't think so, Madam Chair. And if this proposal were adopted, I don't think it would result in any additional direct costs for the private person to participate or the department to manage, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I just want to thank the department for bringing this proposal forward. It makes a lot of sense. Wish it had been done sooner, but I thank you for bringing it forward, and I wholeheartedly will support the proposal. Is there any other board discussion?
Question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Rabong?
No, Madam Chair.
Ms. Olson?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 98 as amended with the substitute language found in RC 137. Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Zaray.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 99. It's all right. Take your time. We're good.
For the record, Jay Balmer, Management Coordinator. Proposal 99, 5 AAC 65.022, special provisions for bag, possession, and annual limits, and methods and means in the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Island area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Move to adopt with the language found in RC 136, Madam Chair.
Second, that's unanimous consent.
I object.
Ms. Mitchell, would you like to speak to your objection?
Yeah, just these, the RC language found in 136 was given to us just moments ago before we started deliberations. And I just want to make sure or have some explanation by the department that the language found in RC 13, the cooperative effort between the user groups that put forward these proposals, is captured in RC 136.
Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell, through the chair, the short answer is yes. The intent of RC 136 is just to simplify language found in RC 13 and capture the same intent. In effect, it would provide the same fishery with simpler regulations.
Excellent, thank you. And I'll be in support of adopting this with the language found in 136.
You withdraw your objection?
I withdraw my objection.
Thank you. All right, so hearing no additional objections, we have the language before us in RC 136 for proposal number 99. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, and for the record, my name is Tyler Pollum. I'm the area sport fish biologist for the Kodiak and Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands areas. Proposal 99 would prohibit retention of king salmon in the King Salmon River drainage and Ridge Runner Creek, which is a tributary of the Bear River drainage, and establish closed waters for king salmon fishing in both locations. RC 136 essentially would prohibit retention of king salmon in throughout the King Salmon River and Bear River drainages. So encompasses these regulations, and in addition prohibits king salmon retention throughout both of those drainages. Current regulations allow for harvest of king salmon in both drainages, except the lower 1,000 yards of the King Salmon River, where harvest is prohibited, as well as the use of bait and treble hooks. The Bear River drainage is open to king salmon fishing as well, with the 2 fish. Both drainages are open to king salmon fishing in the remainders, with a 2 fish per day bag limit and a 5 fish annual limit for fish over 20 inches, and 10 fish per day under 20 inches with no annual limit. Bait and treble hooks are allowed everywhere except for that 1,000-yard closure that I mentioned in the lower part of the King Salmon River. The 2 rivers are part of a number of small remote drainages on the north side of the Alaska Peninsula that have king salmon runs. There's little data available for run size, timing, or sport fish harvest for these runs, but most indications are that they're relatively small in comparison to the nearby rivers of Nelson and Sandy. They do support small sport fisheries that are almost exclusively guided anglers due to the remote nature and difficult access of the drainages. Estimates of sport harvest for individual drainages in the area are not available in the statewide harvest survey due to the low response rates that indicate the low participation in these fisheries. The only escapement of information available for the drainages is from aerial surveys that often observe king salmon in Ridge Runner Creek or in its confluence with the Milky River, which is a tributary of the King Salmon, which is a tributary of the Bear River drainage, or in the main stem of the King Salmon River. The average aerial survey for Ridge Runner Creek and the Bear River drainage, or the Bear River drainage, is 593 king salmon over the last 10 years, and 578 king salmon for the King Salmon River during the same time period. There is a weir located at the outlet of Bear Lake, but they count very few king salmon there, as the king salmon don't typically utilize that part of the drainage. And the department is neutral on this proposal.
Mr. Jensen, then Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the department. Does a statewide harvest survey show an increase of angler days in this area, or does that information come out in the statewide harvest? Can you find it in there?
Mr. Jensen, through the chair, we don't have estimates of individual drainages in this area. For king salmon, estimates are available only for the whole of the Alaska Peninsula, and much of that effort occurs on the larger drainages like Nelson and Sandy. So we don't have any indication of increased effort in this area. We also don't expect any increased effort due to the extremely remote nature of the drainages. It's very difficult to access.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the pleasure of going out to Port Mola for 5 days this past summer, and Bob Murphy took me up to Bear River and any other tributaries, et cetera. And I was able to see for myself what was going on there. And the key to my support of this is what they kept referencing, the difficult access. Well, in recent times, they are now accessing it, one of the lodges, by helicopter. So it's not difficult access at all. And they're following the fish as they go up the river. And it's just the run's not big enough to sustain that type of thing. The 4 locals that you saw in each of the proposals all are thoroughly familiar with the situation, and there's no opposition to it. And I'll be voting in support of the RC 136.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure that it's explicit on the record that, you know, the 136 language prohibits retention for 20 inches or greater, but the bag limits that had originally been proposed on RC 113 have changed in RC 136, and they're, just for consistency and reg, the bag limits 10 apply now for the Bear River drainage.
Madam Chair, that's correct. So RC 13 established, and Proposal 100 would have established a bag limit of 1 fish per day under 20 inches. This language would allow for a harvest of 10 fish per day under 20 inches, but is similar to the Sandy River. There's special king salmon bag limits on the Sandy River, and this would mirror the under 20 fish bag limit for that area.
In any of the harvest data, or just anecdotally, is there a lot of harvest or that's reported on fish under 20 inches?
Madam Chair, we don't have specific estimates for fish under 20 inches, but based on our observations in other king salmon fisheries, the harvest is low. There's few fish under 20 inches that are caught or kept.
When you say other king salmon fisheries, do you mean in the area? Do you mean in Bristol Bay? Can you be a little more specific, please?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So, for instance, the ones I'm most personally familiar with are on the Carlick and Ikulik, where it's, and when those were open to harvest, that would be, there's very few fish under 20 inches that are kept in those fisheries. Nelson would be the closest one, and based on reports from the users of that fishery, or I should say Sandy, where harvest is allowed, would be the closest one, and based on reports that we get from the users of that fishery, the harvest would be very low of fish under 20 inches.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be in support of this proposal. I think with concerns on king salmon across the state right now, that it's entirely appropriate to put these proposals forward. And I'll also note that in the public comments, there are only comments in support of the whole sweep of these proposals.
The only other thing I would add for the record, and I will be supporting this as well, is that we did remove some of the specificity with respect to the creeks and rivers that this would apply to, and broadened it to the Bear River drainage, just in case there's a tributary that we haven't thought of, or somebody finds and wants to go fishing in. Is that correct? So this actually is more encompassing.
Madam Chair, yeah, this is RC 13 specified the 4 drainages listed in proposals 99 to 102. 3 of those are all part of the Bear River drainage. So this language in RC 136 simplifies that to encompass all of the King Salmon River and Bear River drainages for simplicity and for if there were to be new sport fisheries developed in the drainage.
Thank you. Other board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will support this proposal. I totally realize there's a king salmon issue statewide, and this is just a precautionary measure to reduce the take somewhat and still allow for a fishery. The approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate, nor the department to manage. And I'll call the question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Taube?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 99 as amended with the substitute language in RC 136. Zareh.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Heimbach. Mitchell.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 100.
Proposal, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the number, 103 or?
100.
100, okay. Proposal 100, 5 AAC 65.022, special provisions for bag, possession, and annual limits and methods and means in the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Island area.
Madam Chair, move to take no action on proposal 100 based on the previous decision on 99.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 100. Proposal number 101.
Proposal 101, 5 AAC 65.022, special provisions for bag, possession, and annual limits and methods and means in the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Island area.
Move to take no action based on the action taken on proposal 99.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 101. Proposal number 102.
Proposal 102, 5 AAC 65.022, special provisions for bag, possession, and annual limits and methods and means in the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Island area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 102 based on the action taken on proposal 99.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 102. Proposal number 103.
Proposal 103, 5 AAC 65.022, special provisions for bag, possession, and annual limits and methods and means in the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Island area.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, Proposal 103, this proposal would reduce the bag limits for sockeye and coho salmon in the waters flowing into Cold Bay, as well as the salt waters of Cold Bay, and would mirror similar regulations found in the Dutch Harbor and Unalaska and Kodiak Road system areas. Currently, regulations allow for a bag limit of 5 salmon per day other than king salmon and 10 in possession, and this can be any combination of coho, chum, pink, or sockeye salmon. There are no specific closed waters or bait restrictions or seasons in the Cold Bay area. Cold Bay, for background, Cold Bay supports a number of drainages that have runs of coho and sockeye salmon that are accessible via road or trail and support significant sport and subsistence fisheries for the area, for both residents of Cold Bay and for both guided and unguided anglers visiting the area. As written, the proposal would include all drainages flowing into Cold Bay, which includes Russell and Trout Creeks, Swan Lake, Kinzarf Lagoon drainages, and drainages that are accessible via road from King Cove, such as Delta Creek. It would not include drainages accessible by road from Cold Bay, such as Frosty Creek, that drain into the Bering Sea. Most angler effort in the area is directed at coho salmon in Russell, Trout, and Frosty Creeks, but some effort occurs for sockeye salmon at Mortenson's Lagoon and Swan Lake. Other drainages flowing into Cold Bay and those near King Cove have minimal sport fishing effort by comparison. Estimates of sport harvest and effort for individual drainages for this area are not available in the Statewide Harvest Survey, but are available for the Cold Bay area as an aggregate of all of the drainages. Harvest of coho salmon from 2012 to 21 averaged 2,120, and harvest of sockeye salmon averaged 159 during the same period for sport fisheries. Subsistence fisheries occur in similar areas, but primarily target sockeye salmon at Morton's Lagoon and Swan Lake. And from 2012 to 21, harvest of sockeye salmon at Mortenson's Lagoon averaged 656 sockeye salmon, and at Swan Lake, which is reported in an aggregate of all of the North Cold Bay systems, averaged 763 in the same period. Much of the sockeye salmon effort for both fisheries, for both sport and subsistence, has shifted from Mortenson's Lagoon to Swan Lake, as the Mortenson's run has declined somewhat, and the sockeye salmon production in these small drainages tends to fluctuate. Coho salmon effort coho salmon effort by anglers tends to remain stable in Russell, Frosty, and Trout Creeks, though harvests have increased for coho salmon. And the department is neutral on this proposal. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, is there, to your knowledge, any issues with the stocks in this area that would generate a proposal like this?
Mr. Jensen, through the chair, We don't have specific conservation concerns with the sport fisheries in this area. There was a shift in effort in harvest for both sport and subsistence, as I mentioned, from Mortensen's Lagoon to Swan Lake with the decline in the Mortensen's sockeye salmon run. There was a significant decline in the sockeye salmon run there. The escapement, and it's the only place in the area that has an escapement goal established. However, for the sport fishery, the harvests are very low. And as I mentioned before, effort has shifted to other drainages that are more productive.
Okay, thank you.
Have you not met escapement goals in Mortensen's Lagoon?
Madam Chair, I'd actually probably defer to Tyler Lawson if he's the Cold Bay area biologist for commercial fisheries and is on the ground there in the summer. So,
Thank you. Hi, Tyler.
For the record, Tyler Lawson, Cold Bay Assistant Area Management Biologist, Division of Comfish. To answer your question as far as escapement goals for Mortensen's Lagoon, currently has a lower SCG of 3,200. Between 2018 and 2021, that was not met. However, it's kind of confounded because that system is very challenging to survey. It gets very turbid, very bad water clarity at times, so it's tough for us to get an accurate assessment at all times. That being said, this past year, 2022, we had some decent conditions and escapement was back up above that lower SCG.
Okay, thanks. And has there been any subsistence restrictions in Mortensen's Lagoon to correspond with those years that you didn't meet escapement goals?
Madam Chair, there have been no special new restrictions put on. Before this time, there were some modifications made during the Board of Fish process, which is listed on the back of that permit, but there's been nothing new over the last several years to that area.
And have there been any commercial closures to address the lower escapement in Mortensen's Lagoon?
Madam Chair, there have been no commercial closures, but to the best of my knowledge, there hasn't been any activity as far as commercial fishing near Mortensen's the past several years.
And the last question, were there any sport fish restrictions in Mortensen's associated with the lowers, with not meeting the escapement?
Madam Chair, no, there has not. Typically, that information comes out after the sport fishery has occurred, and so there's little effort or little time to react in season, as well as we knew that most of the effort had shifted away from Mortensen's Lagoon already.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, and then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that round trip out to that area of the country this summer, we ended up, I think the chair was with me, we ended up taking a transporter on over to Cold Bay because we couldn't get out of King Cove, and spent some time there and talked to a couple of local guides, and it seems to be, to the extent that there's employment in that area, seems to be a couple of guides, more than a couple, that rely a good deal on being able to guide fishing trips into these streams that are the subject of this particular proposal. And apparently a lot of the clientele comes in primarily for waterfowl, but also for the coho. And I don't see any conservation concerns, so I see no motivation. It seems to be basically a dispute, which you find a lot of times in small towns, is one faction against another with nothing constructive to be gained, so I'll be voting against it.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to refer to the index of on-time public comments, and there was one in support, and the rest, there was half a dozen in opposition to this, as I will be. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would require any additional direct cost for the private person to participate nor the department to manage. And I'll call the question.
Just one last question. So, my questions were focused prior on Mortensen's Lagoon. How is assessment done in the other drainages or the other creeks that would potentially be subject to restriction?
Madam Chair, which drainages, in general, the other drainages where fishing occurs near Cold Bay?
Please, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So the vast majority of those systems, they're all monitored by aerial survey and fixed-wing aircraft. Last year, I did start to perform some surveys with a drone, and that would have been done on Trout Creek and Russell Creek. Haven't quite figured out how to get the range of the drone to fully map out the Mortensen's Lagoon system, but we are starting to use that as well to supplement our usual fixed-wing surveys in the area.
Yep, thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question. And unfortunately, no one was here to participate in the committee of the whole process for this particular proposal, but the proposer does talk about some conflicts between user groups, and perhaps the department could shed some insight into that.
Yeah, Member Mitchell, through the chair. Yeah, I mean, I think kind of what you're saying, and Mr. Wood said as well, there are different factions in the community. Some are, full subsistence users, and there's other families engaged in the guiding business, and they have some different views on these things, and that's where some of these conflicts are arising from.
Mr. Heimbach?
Thank you much. Just for a basis of comparison, do you know if the escapements into Thin Point have mirrored that which Morton's has gone through in the last few years?
Member Heimbach, through the chair, more or less, yes. Thin Point is kind of similar to Mortenson's in that it's really subject to changes in water clarity, which impacts the ability for us to get a really good index on that system. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but off the top of my head, I think they're kind of similar for 2019 through 2021, where they fell a little bit short of escapement, not quite as much as we saw for Mortenson's. And then in 2022, it was well above its escapement goal this past year, and we had decent survey conditions.
Yeah, knowing that one is subject to the user group that's commercial fishing, the other one's primarily sport fishing, so it doesn't sound like there's really been an impact from either of those user groups. The relative escapement might more be a reflection of general abundance.
Yeah, Member Heimbach, through the chair. Yeah, I think that's correct. There's a little bit more commercial fishing that we know occurs in Thin Point, but I wouldn't say that it's significant.
Any other board discussion? Okay, the question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Tobey?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 103. Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Motion carries 1-6, or fails 1-6, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 104.
Proposal 104, 5 AAC 65.051, waters closed to sport fishing in the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, Proposal 104 would repeal the seasons for sport fishing for salmon in the Swanson Lagoon drainage and repeal the closure for sport fishing for sockeye salmon in the drainage. Currently, sport fishing for salmon is closed through July 31st annually, and sport fishing for sockeye salmon is closed year-round. This proposal would repeal regulations that were previously tied to the stock of concern designation for Swanson Lagoon that was repealed in the previous board meeting for this area. There is very little, if any, sport fishing in this drainage due to the extremely remote nature of the area. The drainage is also annually impaired by a berm that renders the regulations ineffective in conserving sockeye salmon and was a major reason for the removing of the stock of concern status. There's no conservation concern with removing these regulations due to the lack of sport fishing effort, and removing them would simplify the sport fishing regulations for the area. And the department submitted and supports this proposal.
Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Specific to when the board made its stock of concern designation in 2011 and then ultimately, changed that back in 2019, did this situation in regards to the berm being built up at the mouth of this river, was that not taking place when the stock of concern designation was originally put in place, or is that something relatively new?
Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, to my knowledge, that's not new. I don't know if you'd like more detail, we could ask the the biologists that deal with the commercial fisheries in the area, because this is not an area I deal with very frequently with sport fishing.
I don't know that we need to go that far. it just seems strange to me that if this particular situation didn't exist, that, you know, but I think I have an understanding.
Other board discussion? Ms. Mitchell?
So just maybe some clarification from the department on this is this is kind of, I guess, considered to be a housekeeping proposal. It's just, when I read this, it says there's no reports of sport fishing activity in this area. There's no data to show any effort at all. So repealing this is really just to clarify some regulatory language.
Ms. Mitchell, through the chair, yes, this is intended just to simplify these regulations for the area, to remove regulations that deal with a sport fishery that we have never received reports of any participation in.
Was there much sport fish activity prior to the stock of concern designation that you're aware of?
Madam Chair, we've never heard of any sport fishing activity in this area.
Do you have any insight as to why the restriction was placed on sport fishing if you have no record of sport fishing in the area in the first place? I'm just curious the background on it.
Madam Chair, I did not, that particular meeting was before my participation. One of your members was on the board in that time. I believe it was intended to address sport fishing. It was taken up, to my knowledge, after the stock of concern designation, the cycle afterwards, and was intended to address sport fishing in a similar way to it was being addressed in the commercial fisheries in the area.
Got it. I see some staff circling over here. If you'd like to come forward, Ms. Fox. Thanks.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Lisa Fox for the record. You are correct. There was not a whole lot of commercial or sport fishing in the area. There was commercial fishing outside of Swanson's Lagoon, and there has been a reoccurring berm that's been forming in the mouth of the river that's been preventing adults from returning and smolt from leaving. So the stock of concern created closed waters all around Swanson Lagoon, and so there's no commercial fishing there, and then the sport fishing was also closed there, even though there's no sport fishing effort there. But since then, the stock of concern has been removed because it's not something that we can manage for, because it's a naturally occurring berm that forms on the beach.
That's helpful. Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, as far back as I can remember, it's the same thing keeps coming up all the time, and it always ends up it's environmental conditions that we can't manage that cause that run this little system here. Even when I fished back there in the late 80s, there was the same thing going on with this little area here too. So I don't think it has changed in the about 40 some years I've been involved with fishing out there and the Board of Fish. So I think this is a reasonable proposal, and I'm going to be supporting it, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thanks. It seems like a reg cleanup, in my opinion, now that I know a little bit more information, and I will be supporting it as well. Mr. Jensen.
If this proposal would be adopted, I don't think it would require any additional direct for the private person to participate, nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I'll also just note that in the on-time public comments, we didn't receive any opposition nor any discussion in committee of the whole with respect to this proposal. Question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Taube.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 104. Heimbach. Could you key your mic just so the sound system picks that up? Jensen.
Yes.
Okay. Jensen.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorn.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes board deliberations on Group 1, subsistence salmon and sport fishing. We'll take a short break and set up for Committee of the Whole, Group 2, South Alaska Peninsula salmon.
Check. All right.
And, oh, do you see my name?
I've been watching online.
I turn it on and off, it probably makes a crackling noise every time, right?
All right. Okay, very good. Time is 10:20. We are back on the record. We're going to go ahead and begin with Committee of the Whole Group 2. Prior to getting into it, though, I just wanted to provide a little bit of information with respect to the committee process, since a lot of people weren't here last night when I did so. So with respect to committee process for Committee of the Whole, parliamentary procedures for committee work will follow the New England Town Hall style meeting. Committee meetings are intended to provide opportunities for additional information gathering and at times for dispute resolution. I want to emphasize that committees are not a forum for debate, nor are they a platform for repeating information that's already been received through public testimony. During the committee meetings, advisory committee representatives may represent both their official positions of the committee, of their committees, as well as their personal views, but it's really important that you make the distinction on the record which opinion you're representing, whether it's that of the AC or if it's your own. The board recognizes that those AC reps are knowledgeable fisheries leaders, and we want them to be able to function freely during committee meetings. During the committee meeting, the public will come forward and use the microphone near the front table. It's got a blue skirt around it. If you intend to speak, please move towards the front of the room in order to minimize the waiting time in between comments. So if you know that you want to have something to say and you're standing or sitting towards the back, please move forward so that we don't have to wait for you to walk the aisle. And I hum the bridal march in my head while that's happening. When you speak in committee, please, and you come to the mic, please state your name for the record every single time you speak. It's really important that we know for the record who's talking. So if you've already said your name, you come up to speak again, you need to say it again. Please don't use the names of other people. So please don't refer to prior speakers, members of the public by name. Please don't refer to staff by name, et cetera. We're looking for new information only. Please don't repeat what's already been said. I think the chair is going to keep it moving in that respect. If people start repeating the same points, the committee chair is going to move on to the next proposal. If substitute language is being developed, or if you feel it should be developed, please speak to what the substitute language says, or what you think it should say, and what you think the impacts may or may not be on the proposal that you're interested in. Okay, hopefully that's a little bit helpful. At this time, I will go ahead and turn it over to Chair Carpenter. Again, this is Committee of the Whole Group 2, South Alaska Peninsula Salmon. There are 19 proposals in this group. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. So we will start with Group 2. Obviously, Ms. Carlson Van Dort has given pretty clear definitions and explanations as to how the Committee of the Whole is going to start. We're going to start with Proposal 130. The department is going to read each proposal into the record when that proposal comes up. If you would like to speak to it, as she said, please try and be orderly and move to the front of the room as possible. We have a lot to get through here today. As she also said, and I would like to emphasize this, obviously there are some proposals that the public wants to speak about more than others. We will get to a certain point to where we start repeating ourselves, and at that point, I'm going to have to stop the conversation and move on to the next proposal, just in light of time. So having said that, we will start with Proposal 130, and if the department would read that into the record, please.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Matt Keys. I'm an assistant area management biologist out of Sand Point for commercial salmon and herring. Proposal 130, amend the Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan to allow more commercial salmon fishing time in Orzinski Bay if the escapement objectives into Orzinski Lake are met. It's 5 AAC 09.360, Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Is Mr. Jim Smith in the room, the author of this proposal, and would you like to come forward? Come forward, sir. State your name for the record.
My name's Jim Smith. Would you like to hear my reasons for putting it in? Is that how?
Sure, go ahead and any new information that you have regarding your proposal that you haven't already submitted before the board.
As far as information, I don't have, I RC'd 076. And the reason for asking, I guess, I'm trying to revert the Orzinski back to a former amount of time that we were getting, as we seem to be getting less time in the Northwest Stepavac. And then when I read the reg book, I see that there's a 25,000 relationship to the escapement, which is supposed to be 15 to 20. And also there, in another section, I think I see ties to the Chignik escapement, but as this is from July 1st to July 25th, 100% ocean oil, I don't quite understand why that would be, unless I'm reading the wrong part of the book, or I got this offline. So I would actually like to add, as you see in the RC, there's one more line. I was getting help. Oh, where is it here? I'd like to add one more section to it. And when the Orzinski Lake has reached its goal of 20,000, which when I read it in the reg book, it says 25 for some reason, but that sockeye in the Northwest Stepavac section of the Southeast District Mainland will also open continuously. The change there is 25 down to 20.
Thank you, sir. Well, I would recommend that if you would like to add more language, that you submit another RC, at some point in time. Let me see if there's any board members that have any questions. Any board members have questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to this proposal? Come forward, please. State your name for the record.
My name is Axel Kopen from Chignik. RAC voted unanimously to oppose this proposal. If you look at the WASP study, a lot of the fish caught in that area are Chignik bound. That's why the regulations were put in to protect Chignik sockeye. That's why the regulations are the way they are to this point. And in the Area M fishery, other than the local part of Orzinski Bay, they don't manage for the escapement in this area, right? When they weren't making the escapement in Orzinski Bay a few years ago, they didn't close down any of the fishing going on in Area M. So this is more of an issue of, within that area, they might need to take some concessions there and maybe let some fish get by to get into that river. But anyway, with the percentage of Chignik sockeye caught in that area, that's why the regulations were made the way they were, and so status quo is our stance on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board questions? Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to speak to Proposal 130? Bring any new information forward. Okay, seeing none, we will move. Oh, do you see someone? Come forward if you'd like to.
If you guys want to speak, you gotta come to the front.
Yeah, you gotta
We
raise
can't-
your hand and you gotta come forward. Come forward, ma'am.
I just would like to make a comment that the commercial salmon fisheries in the South Peninsula date back to at least 1888, when the canneries were reportedly constructed at Oceanoy Bay in the Southeast District Mainland and Tin Point Cove. The earliest catch records for the South Peninsula date back to 1908, while the permits and landings have only been documented since 1970 Early catches in the South Peninsula were predominantly sockeye salmon, with 10 Point, Middle Lagoon, Orzinski Lake being the largest sockeye producing system in the Southeast District mainland. The United States Fish and Wildlife Service operated a weir in Orzinski from 1929 through 1941.
Ma'am, are these comments that you submitted in written form?
I submitted an RC earlier.
Okay, well, if the information has been submitted electronically, or if the board has been presented that information, there's most likely read it. We're looking for new information that you haven't presented to the board before.
Wait. We need to get your name for the record, please.
My name is Amy Foster.
Thank you, Amy.
All right,
And one last question. What was the RC that you submitted that contained that information you were just
That
speaking
was
to?
the one, 130.
RC
The
130?
RC number?
No, RC, I don't see the RC on your website yet.
Okay, well, I would encourage you to make sure that the RC gets submitted. Thanks.
That's all right. Okay, yes, sir, come forward. New information. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm John Foster. I don't know how new information this is. In the last few years, they haven't opened the outside areas of Norwest Stepback. It's just been Orzinski. So when the gentleman from Chignik was talking, that the area around Orzinski has been closed, and what am I trying to say? Anyway, those fish, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm having a little brain aneurysm or whatever, but anyway. Anyway, I've completely lost it here. Anyway, we are a mixed stock fishery. Chignik is a mixed stock fishery. They catch Orzinski fish. We catch some of their fish. It's just how it is. I'm sorry, I've completely lost it here.
Well, thank you, sir, for the effort. I'm really hoping you're not having a brain aneurysm.
Well, yeah.
But if the recollection comes back to you, you can surely submit your comments in the form of an RC.
Yeah, there's a lot more.
All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Come forward, sir. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Alfredo Aboids, and I project for that is this proposal will increase the interception of fish going up and make more boats toward the Shumigan. We have already increased that amount of boats moving from the south to the west side or the east side. So I would object it for that, and it will not help us achieve our escapement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Anyone else before we move on? Yes, sir, come forward. New information, please.
Madam Chair, Co-Chair, a bit of new information. I put in the RC here just a moment ago, and you should get a copy of it. I believe I haven't gotten the number, but it will be forthcoming. A bit of new information. The Bristol Bay test fishery off of Port Moller has dictated and pretty accurate as to the amount of fish that's going to be heading for the Bristol Bay. In that report, there's a certain amount of chum fish that are being caught and not being recorded. We have not found in any documents that I've examined to find a report telling us how many chums were caught while the test fishery was going on, and there has been. The other new information.
Sir, could you please explain to me how this is relevant to the conversation around Orzinski Bay?
Excuse me, I didn't get that.
How is what you're saying relevant to this particular conversation? Proposal 130.
Proposal 130.
That's what we're talking.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is on Proposal 130 for the Chignik, right?
This is Proposal 130. This is regarding Orzinski Bay and Orzinski Lake.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
I'll get that later then.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, yep. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Rick Eastlick. In 1961, they tagged 10 fish around Fox Bay, which is right near Orzinski Bay. This is right around the corner of Kuprianov that goes into the Chignik area. And of those 10 fish that they tagged, it was something like they got 8 tags or something over there. So I just wanted, it was a very, very small number of fish that was tagged that gives the 80%. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Ms. Carlson Van Dort has a question.
I have a question for you. So we've got the WASP data, and then the department did the study a few years after WASP in order to replicate that, and that's where some of those 3 time strata were tested for this area with respect to, stock identification. Do you have comments on the 90% number that came out for that section, Chignik-bound fish?
I believe WASP gave a range of somewhere around 48 or 50%.
That was in the late section. Are you talking about in June or in July?
This was in June, I believe.
I would advise or encourage you to check that number. But,
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I was just kind of curious if you had any comments on what the WASP and then the department study post-WASP a few years later.
Yeah, I participated in that study for the WASP. Yes, I did. So
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to move on to Proposal 131, if the department would read it into the record.
Proposal 131, amend the Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan to allow commercial salmon fishing with set gill net gear and after July 11th, purse seine gear concurrent to open commercial fishing periods for salmon in the Chignik management area, and would remove the required sockeye salmon harvest thresholds for CMA as described in the Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan. It's 5 AAC 09.360, Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you very much. Is either Jack Foster Jr. or Amy Foster the authors of this proposal in the room today? Come on forward, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Amy Foster, and I am the co-author. Unfortunately, my husband's on his way here, but he's not here at this moment. The main reason we submitted this proposal is because we haven't been fishing in the Southeast District mainland for several years. Even in the past 5 years, we haven't. Fishing the same time as Chignik openings is just a minimum fishing time solution. And we really would like to see the elimination of the harvest of 300,000 to 600,000. I don't believe the sedum fishery presents a risk to the conservation or management of the Chignik run, even if it's opened on a regular schedule. We have had years when Chignik has had an abundance of catch, and their streams, watersheds have been, good, and we have not been able to, catch, too much or anything like that. And the main issue is we are either extremely limited on time to fish, or we cannot fish at all. And many of our set netters that have originally been set netting down in the Southeast District mainland have stopped fishing and have sold their, boats and permits. The islands are, very limited. There's very limited areas to put your net and whatnot like that. And we have been forced to, not fish in the Southeast District mainland. And it is an historical, fishery, historical area. I participated in there, when I was a child. My, father and mother would, pack us 3 kids up. And, we'd be fishing. We'd be down there, for weeks at a time. I see what is happening, from, the past into what is happening right now. And we don't have a valuable fishery.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your, any questions from the board? Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Come forward, please. Move to the front if you'd like to speak.
My name is Axel Kopen from Chignik. The Chignik AC was also opposed to this unanimously, but there's a long-standing allocation plan that's been in place. If you look back in the early to mid-'80s, the board recognized that the Southeast District mainland was harvesting a lot of Chignik-bound sockeye, so they put in an allocation plan to base it off of the Chignik harvests. The thresholds were put in to allow for a certain amount of harvest in Chignik before the interception fisheries would come online. And that's the plan that's currently managing. So what you see is a sharing of the burden of conservation in the Southeast District mainland fishery. If Chignik has bad seasons or doesn't fish, they are affected by that. They do have opportunity to go elsewhere in the South Peninsula. One of the things we did, Chignik actually proposed this, was to eliminate seiners from the Dolgo Island area in the June fishery. This happened back in 2019. It's reserved for set netters only, in the Dolgoy Island, East and West Pavlov and such, for the month of June. So there was additional area reserved just for set netters in that area to give them some more opportunity beyond Southeast District mainland. So,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any board questions? Appreciate your comments. Yes, sir. State your name for the record.
Edgar Smith, I said that. But what they're all referring to is when they did the 600,000 and 300 and first and second run is when there was 90 boats fishing in Chignik. Now they had maybe even 30 this year, and there was probably 15 registered. So why can't you put a sliding scale to the amount of catch effort on the 600,000 if actually, if this is should how it be? I mean, you can't set a number, and what if they don't even get a buyer in that region sometime in the future? I mean, and then if you look at the years of 2003, 4, and 5 is when they had the co-op. Look at the escapement in Orzinski. It was through the roof. We couldn't even do it. That's why we wanted the outside district to fish in there. I mean, there has to be a little give and play to this. It can't be set in stone. If in more than ever in this day and age, it's the ability to go and catch in an area. I mean, I feel for Chignik, but they might not even be fishing this summer.
All right, thank you, sir. Any board questions? Come forward, please. State your name.
Kylie Thompson. I just wanted to correct information from the gentleman from Kodiak. At the 2019 meeting, the Area Seiners Association, in conversations with board member Ruffner at the time, voluntarily stepped out of the Dolgoy Island section to protect the set gillnet fleet and give them opportunity there. That's all I got.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Any other comments on Proposal 131? All right, we are going to move on then to Proposal 140, but before we read this into the record, there's obviously plenty of people in this room that are probably going to want to comment on the proposals moving forward. I want to tell you that I personally appreciate the respect that everyone has shown this week. There's obviously differences of opinions in this room, and so if we can continue to move forward while we move through these proposals in a respectful manner, please refrain, as Ms. Carlson-Medvord said earlier, from referencing people by their names. I think that we can move forward and try and get as many of you up here that want to comment on the next proposals as we can. Remember, once I start hearing information that's been repeated, or if you come up and you're just reading verbatim from testimony that you've already provided to the board in either electronic or written form, I will have to move on to the next person. So I think that's pretty clear and concise, and if so, we'll move forward if the department would read Proposal 140 into the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Lisa Fox. I'm the area management biologist for the South Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands commercial salmon and herring fisheries. Proposal 140, amend the South Unimak and Chignik Islands June Salmon Management Plan to reduce commercial salmon fishing time, 5 AAC 09.365, South Unimak and Chignik Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you very much. Is there a representative from the Fairbanks Advisory Committee that would like to speak to this proposal? Mr. Kramer.
Thank you, Chair Carpenter. 140 was generated by the AC long ago to meet the comment deadline. It became the subject of discussion at many meetings. Many groups formed and coalesced to comment on this proposal. There was a public comment period. My concern is that the board might be taking this publicly driven process and turning it into a board-driven process if you substitute language that Mr. Wood has proposed for 140 and the debate turns to a discussion about caps instead of a discussion about time for Area M fishing. Hundreds of people came here and gave testimony based on 140 as written. I'd be very disappointing to the public process and certainly to the ACs around the state that spend a lot of time, spend entire meetings discussing proposals, generating proposals, having public meetings, taking comment. This was a big topic of discussion at AFN. That was a big deal. They talked about 140. They didn't talk about caps. If this discussion turns into a committee or a board substitute language to replace 140 with a simple cap idea, the public will have been basically eliminated from this process other than through potentially this process that you're reporting now. But the first 4 days of this meeting will be by the wayside. All these people's voices will be nullified. And I think that is a wrong direction for this board to take. Keep this a publicly driven process. Don't substitute your own language for a proposal that has been under public consideration for a year now. Thanks.
Is there any, Mr. Heimbach has a question.
Yeah, thank you for that testimony. I'm just curious, you said this is a public driven process. Can I take that to mean that you think the outcome of this should be kind of removed from our decision and put it into the hands of majority of the opinion of the public? Is that how you mean?
Absolutely not. But if the public generates proposals, the board deliberates those proposals and applies the best science, public comment, all that. That would all be nullified. This public process would be a sham if the board could just generate their own ideas for how fisheries should be managed and only debate those ideas and vote on those ideas. We think 140 should be put to an up or down vote as written. And then if you want to talk about caps, there's plenty of other proposals that'll come later in the day where we can talk about caps.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Kramer.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to Proposal 140? Yes, sir. Come forward and state your name for the record. New information, please.
Yeah, Patrick Brown, Sandpoint AC. We submitted RC 77. It's a graph of the chum salmon catches between 2002, 2022. During the years where the management in place that is being talked about to be reverted back, the chum numbers were actually pretty decent. Following the management plan implication that we are currently under, chum numbers through the Yukon have risen between that time period up to this point where we see this kind of, I don't know if you want to call it an anomaly, but in light of environmental factors and such revolving around the last couple of years where chum runs have been low. I just wanted to give attention to that the management plan, had large returns of chums to the Yukon for all those years. And all of a sudden, there's kind of a low, and we've seen all sorts of information from tabs and stuff. I just wanted to bring this to your attention.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Just one other comment. Our AC did meet last night and put support for RC 104, which is the adaptive salmon management plan. Thank you.
If you do have AC minutes, please submit them to the staff, and they'll make sure they're submitted as a form of an RC.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said you met with your AC. Did you meet with your AC in entirety, or did you have a quorum, or so
Yes.
when you made this decision?
Yes, sir, we did have a quorum. We had a late arrival, but we had initially 4 out of 6 and then 5 out of 6 members present.
Okay, well, thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. State your name for the record.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vivian Corthius. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents based in Bethel, Alaska. We are a consortium of tribes representing 56 tribes on the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. The first comment I'd like to make is that regarding the first speaker, if there were a new amendment to this process, to this specific proposal, if we had known that coming into this meeting, to come here to talk about just a cap, I think the many, many people that traveled from rural villages, all their information, all their pleas for help would be nullified. I really think that the voices of those individuals that have traveled, have sacrificed, and have experienced in the last 3 years of this salmon crash really needs to be listened to at this level of deliberation. Thank you for calling us up individually. We have many, many things to share. The first thing that I'd like to share with you is that there are 120,000 residents in the AYK region, our villages at the breaking point. All of our communities are suffering. Our families, our villages, our children, everything that touches a human being, that when we wake up in the morning till the time we go to sleep at night, revolves around salmon. We are a salmon people. Families and our villages are devastated. Yesterday, there was a really concrete point in time where one individual stood up and said that he and his family are at that breaking point. That's the message we are bringing forward to you as a board to deliberate on. The board has to acknowledge our existence. Whatever that existence is in our communities, you have to hear us and our plea for help. The board has the responsibility to all of Alaska. I strongly advise the board to take in all the testimonies in the past 4 days, especially those elders who have experienced and talked to us about what's coming in the future. The ups and downs of salmon management, the ups and downs of living, and the ups and downs of every community in the state. We all have viewpoints. We're not here to put down any other group of people. But you have to hear the reality of what's occurring in our communities. Despite this plea for help, this board has to have that due diligence that I feel that our voices from the villages, it seems to me, is taking a back seat in this board meeting. And that back seat is not a comfortable place to be.
Ma'am, we're going to
We are standing up to ask you, please listen. Figure out a way to get the salmon back into the Yukon-Kuskokwim rivers. And over the past few days, please do not ignore our plea for help.
Thank you. We really appreciate your comments. Any board have any? Mr. Wood has a question.
And not a question of the presenter, and I thank you for coming up. A question to the chair. They seem to be focused on the RC that was submitted under my name perhaps if you want me to put on the record what that was intended to address, it may help out. If not, that's fine too.
I think that would probably lend to the discussion, and maybe people could direct their comments during this process, if you would like to do so, Mr. Wood.
If that's the case, then we're prepared to do that.
Great. What that RC was addressing, and I'm going to ask the commissioner to jump in as well. What was that? Oh, okay. Got my train of thought going. Well, what it meant to address was a trigger point to test whether that particular program was working, so that in the event that it wasn't, and it would be equally applicable to 140 as it would be to the adaptive program, then it would give the authority to the commissioner to shut down the operation. And unless I've misstated this, Commissioner, this was something you thought was desirable to have, almost essential to have, in whatever plan comes forward. So it'd be equally applicable, and it's not just restricted to one plan, that being 140.
So, Madam Chair, I understand the desire to reduce the number of chum salmon that are being taken in the area fishery to try to get more fish into the Yukon and Kuskokwim River drainages. Our experience in managing fisheries is that as you take time and area out of fisheries and you basically have the fishery operating in a smaller area, both temporarily and spatially, you end up potentially with them not avoiding the species that you're most concerned about, in this case, chum salmon. So I asked my staff in terms of 140, if in fact 140 passed without any kind of a trigger point into it, my staff is telling me there's a potential that we could actually have a larger chum salmon harvest than we had this past season. I don't think anybody in this room would find that as an acceptable outcome coming out of this board meeting. But the position I would be in as commissioner, having this board acted on 140, is that I would be kind of stepping way outside my bounds in issuing emergency order authority if in fact we had a harvest of 500,000 or 600,000 chums after the second or third opener. So I felt an obligation as the commissioner to come forward and say, are there trigger points that we could do to ensure that either if 140 is adopted or if some kind of a voluntary measure through the fleet is adopted, that we actually have some kind of a trigger that if in fact we have a harvest above a certain level, something is directing me to take an action to reduce that chum salmon harvest, trying to address the foundational issue that everybody in this room is trying to get at, that is a reduced chum salmon harvest in that area fishery. So it is not a replacement, but I want to make sure that when we leave this meeting, that there is something that directs me as the commissioner now or some future commissioner to take an action if in fact chum salmon harvests go higher than what anybody in this room wants.
Thank you, Commissioner, and also thank you, Mr. Wood, for an explanation to the audience in regards to the RC that you submitted. So, ma'am, if you have anything else that specifically addresses 140 or your opinion based on the information that Mr. Wood or the Commissioner just spoke to us about, please go ahead and state your position. Otherwise, we'll move to the next person.
Thank you. I do have one last request. If you're in the audience and if you're part of your community, I'm going to ask in the audience behind me, I can't even see them, but if you are in the audience and you believe that you are here representing your community, stand up.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's what we're here for. We're standing up to make sure that this board does the right thing.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you for coming. Yes, sir. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Brian Ridley. I'm the chief chairman of the Dena'ina Chiefs Conference. And trying to go over all the new stuff, I guess first off, trying to cover all these different things that have been brought up. I don't know that I heard people say that this isn't anything new. This is pretty much the same, the 140 is the same from '01 to '03. And I think the biggest concern is that in '04, they more than doubled the fishing time and increased the fishing area. And I believe you can see that in PC 29. Going down the list, I heard a lot of comments that there's no science behind this. I think your report shows that, the gene report that I went off of, even at this low 20% level, 1 out of every 5 chum that were caught is our fish, the AYK. Previously, it was 3 out of 5, and I can't help but call it data manipulation in that, of course, when our stocks have dropped by over 90%, that proportion is gonna go down. And so I can't help but feel like as we came into this, that really the deck is stacked against us. In addition to that, I don't know that I mentioned that most of my family's actually in Canada. And the fact that we haven't met the escapement for more than 10 years, and the last time it was met was when we stood down on the Yukon, that's embarrassing. I have to mention that I don't believe that's been mentioned. If we made a mistake, it was trusting the state to manage a resource that we managed for thousands of years with the basic traditional value of only take what you need. Now, I did hear earlier in the week, and I want to comment on this, that you guys took action in '72, I believe it was, when salmon stocks were low in Bristol Bay. That sets a precedence of shutting down Area M when the salmon stocks are low. We're not asking to shut down Area M like that, so I won't go into that detail. We're not trying to shut it down. Now, as many of you have said, I heard you guys say, whatever is decided, you expect lawsuits and things like that. I just want to push that we want to be heard for our subsistence rights, and I know you've heard that a lot this week. And if we don't feel like we are heard, of course we have legal, federal, and endangered species options to go to, and I want to make that clear. Because some people had questioned, oh, these are state waters, the feds can't intervene. In fact, they can. I have to share a comment that I made with our caucus on day 2. I really feel like day 1, the data was completely manipulated against us. I appreciated earlier in the day that studies went back to '82, and the question was, can we go back further? But then when you start talking about global warming, you only wanted to talk about 2015 to 2019. And then when you wanted to talk about a study in our area, you only wanted to talk about last year. I have to comment on the cap. Being a number cruncher, that was my old position, you can't set a number on a variable run. I mean, that's a whole point of why taxes are set as a percent. The number might make sense on a large run, but whether the run's record high or record low, that could really swing that number, and I don't feel like a set number does what you're wanting to do. I've also been told, and I'm new to commercial fishing in this process, but there's 10 odd ways to hide the chum. You heard about chum chucking, and there's proof of that, but there's many, many other ways for that to happen, and that's why we don't trust the cap system. All you have to do is turn to tab 3 from your reports on the first day, The cap system was in place, as I understand it, in the 1990s. During those years, you guys caught more chum in that area M than our 01 to 03 years. And specifically, one of the years, it looks like, was the third highest on record, over double the 01 to 03 years, and that's concerning. Not to mention the fact that we heard during the season, a couple of years ago, there were times where the Fish and Game wasn't even reporting the numbers out, so this lag period really concerns us. Now, if the cap was to go into place, my concern would be some fishermen could fish like crazy, they hit that cap. What's protected? It's not our fish. They might be fishing like crazy there at the beginning. What's protected is the last week of June that protects the reds. We're not here to talk about the reds.
Do you have much more new information, Brian?
Like 2 points.
Okay.
The one I didn't hear enough, but I heard last night, is that it's a 98% intercept fishery. That just concerns me when I keep hearing, we don't intercept your fish. The other thing that we're pushing largely, and I want you guys to consider when you're molding proposals or whatever it is that you're doing, is because of the size of Area M, I feel like one of the most important things to us is minimum 72-hour closures to allow our fish to get through Area M and proceed up towards the west of Alaska. That's really important with this, and I worry that with a lot of these ideas, that might not be taken into consideration.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anybody on the board have a question? Thank you very much for coming forward.
Thank you. Masicho.
Before we get to the next speaker, I'd just like to reiterate to everybody, and you all are well aware, that we spent 3 days allowing everyone to provide their public testimony. So please try and focus as much of what you want to say before the board during the committee of a whole to information that you have either not presented personally in reference to substitute language or RCs that have been submitted that you would like to make a comment on. Try and keep it specific to Proposal 140, if you will. So come forward, sir. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Stanley Pete from Nunamico. Proposal 140 is addressing the basic human rights issue. And all we want to do is to be allowed to eat. And this board has the authority to provide for basic human rights. Please do not subject the AYK people to starvation through your actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Heimbach, you have a question?
Not for him, but when we're done, I'd like to ask the chairman a question.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Would you like to ask your question now?
Yes, if I may.
Okay.
Just for some clarification on this process right here. When I was hearing it, there was committees that would meet, there would be back and forth. Is this supposed to be somewhat of a deliberative for people to comment on the RCs in front of us right now? How do you differentiate between new information or just kind of a rebuttals to what is in the RC process, just so I understand?
Well, I would say that Proposal 140 was presented to the public, and that's what a lot of the public came here to comment on. And so that if substitute language or RCs have been presented at this meeting, that I think during this process that the public has the right to specifically address language that's been presented by someone on the board or anyone in the public, and I think that's the process that we have moving forward.
And that's what I wanted to say, and I thought that was proper too. So for people that are thinking this is not new information, it's a little bit different than that. This is a chance for rebuttal.
Well, I don't know about rebuttal, but any RCs that have been submitted since prior to the public comment period, and
That's what I meant,
yes, that's new
submittals, yeah.
information as far as I'm concerned.
Yep. Mr. Jensen, you have a comment?
Just a quick one. It's also a time to try to work together and come out with a suitable solution. That's what we've always done since I've been on the board, and that's what I encourage the public to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record and provide any new information you might have.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Michael Williams from Anchorage. I'm currently the chairman of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, and also I'm on the Kuskokwim River Management Working Group established by Board of Fish. First of all, I wanted to comment, make new comments that our people were healthy long time ago, before the first contact. And we had no issues of diabetes, health issues, and suicides, domestic violence, and et cetera. So we were very healthy people. And we regulated ourselves, and we got what we needed from the river and from the land. And in recent times, we've taken a look at our health statistics. We have highest rates of suicide. We have highest rates of domestic violence. We have highest rates of sexual abuse. We have highest rates of alcohol and drug abuse in our communities. And I could go on and on. And that has been a result of quick change of our people back home in Western Alaska and in our indigenous communities. And it has been very devastating to us to experience this change from that way of life that we knew that we were once healthy and strong.
Thank you very much, sir.
I would like to make sure that that Proposal 140 is honored because we came here for it, and that we make sure that we get back to that point once again. And I think that 140 is a starting point.
Okay.
And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any board questions? Yes, sir, come forward. Please state your name.
My name is Wallace W. Hinderer. Madam Chair, board members, good morning. I have 3 points that I would like to make. The first one being, I applaud the fishermen in Area M that have gone to the work of moving their operations around to accommodate the passage of chum salmon. This tells me that they recognize that they very likely are part of this problem. And I think that the fact that they do that indicates that we should focus on it. Secondly, Proposition 41 has strong measures in it. It's been around before. It's been vetted before. If it's in place, it's going to give us 3 years to really focus on what's going on in Area M. How far the Department of Fish and Game would like to or could pursue this, I don't know. But information is going to come to us if Proposition 140 is respected. I think that's the total of what I have to say.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions? Appreciate it. Yes, sir, please state your name.
Axel Copen. I have 3 things I'd like to address, none of which have been addressed here yet. My first, it's a question to you. Is everyone up here familiar with Manifest Destiny?
I don't know that this is a back and forth between the board.
Oh, no, I'm just asking. I'm just making sure because that's what I'm going to refer to here. Manifest Destiny, this country in the lower 48 back in the 1800s, the people decided they wanted to move west. The gold rush was on, the land was there, they wanted the land. The native people stood in between them and the land. The railroad companies jumped in and they wanted to build railroads across that land. Well, the natives proved to be kind of a trouble. So they killed all the buffalo. starved them out, and took care of the problem. Well, what we've got now is manifest destiny down in Area M. In 2004, when this board opened that fishery wide open, unprecedented, increased their fishing area by over 50%, doubled their fishing time from its historic average. The processors moved in there because it was the most lucrative place to be. Now they've taken a foothold. Now you've got 3 of them down there. So now they're putting pressure on the government. It's money. What do you got to do? You got problems from Chignik. You got problems from AYK. Get rid of the fish, you get rid of the people, you get rid of the problems. No more problems. Area M can do whatever it wants. That's number 1.
Could we focus the comment specifically to 140, please?
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, thank you.
This is related to 140. Number 2, this talk about these guys regulating themselves down there. Did they regulate themselves in 21? Did they regulate themselves in 2020? No. They're up for a board cycle. They were threatened that they'd be shut down if they caught too many chums. They knew the board cycle was coming up, so they took action. But my point behind that is it's the board's job to make regulations. It's the department's job to implement them, and it's enforcement's job to enforce them. Are we going to go forward where I have to submit my proposals to the processor? Because that's what this board would be setting a precedent of if we just say, oh, we're going to keep our hands off and we'll just let you guys take care of yourselves. No permit holder in Area M has to follow that. They have a right to fish when the season's open. You guys manage Area M, actually. The department doesn't manage Area M. It could be managed from Timbuktu if they had internet connection. You guys set the regulations for Area M. In 140, you set the regulations, whatever you decide to do. The third thing that I'd like to touch on is the chum cap idea. It never worked in the past. It's not going to work now. The chum chucking was proven, and this idea that they need more time to move around. You make one set with a seiner. I seine, that's all I do. The first set you make with a seiner, you pull that haul on board. If there's a bunch of dogs in it, you know to move. You don't need 88 hours to know what you have to do. You need less than an hour from the time you set your net till you get it on board. You know how many chums you've got in that net. You don't need 4 days. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Mr. Jensen has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks you, Axel, for your comments. Do you fish in an intercepting fishery? Is CMA intercept fish going elsewhere?
CMA does catch some non-local stocks, yes. It's a small number, though. Area M is a 98% interception fishery in June. So there's a huge difference between being and we are managed on our local stocks. We don't get to fish if we don't have our escapement. We are limited based on our escapement. So there's a difference there between having a set time period that you get to go fishing come hell or high water versus, hey, you got to have escapement. You're managed based on fish coming to your area. There's a big difference there.
But you still intercept fish. When you're fishing, you intercept other fish. That's the question I was asking.
Everybody that fishes intercepts some other fish.
Everybody does. Thank you.
But the extent is limited.
Okay.
Based on the area.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Frank Woods, Bristol Bay fisherman, testifying new information for 140. Special publication number 2217 of Alaska Department of Fish and Game's overview of Bristol Bay commercial salmon fishery. I heard Area M seiner say he was up in Bristol Bay tendering and alluded to we were catching too many chums and might be not underreporting or chum chucking. I fished Bristol Bay and Nushagak since I was a child. Nushagak used to have 1/3 of the returns, terminal stock fishery chums. Last 3 years in your report, or the ADF&G report, stated that the minimum escapement numbers from 19 to 2022 have not been met. So that Tenderman alluding to that Bristol Bay is intercepting and underreporting and maybe chum-chucking somebody else's stock is ludicrous. What I have to say is this process has been real important. And I came here to specifically talk to 140. Tonight is my senior daughter's last night home. I didn't come here to testify on a commissioner's RC to ease the process for somebody else. The only way we're going to stop an interception is time and area, and that'd be mandated by you. I have a the science behind this is absolutely right. So I'll list the numbers and new information that the minimum escape numbers for Nushagak has not been met. That's 200,000. We've been averaging a little over 120 to 130,000. Almost, you're going to see this stock of concern before you in the next cycle, if not sooner. And next month, we take care of the stock of concern for king salmon, for God's sake. So I'd like to do diligence, and that's what I'd like to see is us deliberate on 140, stick to the plan, whether it benefits whoever it's going to benefit. I don't think industry. I cater to industry. I own 2 tenders.
Okay, sir, I think we're speculating at this point, but I think your point's been well demonstrated to the board that you're very much in favor of 140.
Very much in favor, and yes, there's a huge concern with the caps. I didn't come here for the amendment. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. Any board questions? Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Curtis Chamberlain. I'm an Assistant General Counsel for Chilista Corporation in charge of corporate governance and litigation. For this portion of my speech, I'd respectfully ask that all the Alaska Natives in the room stand behind me. When the state of Alaska just celebrated the 50th anniversary of ANCSA a couple years ago, many Alaska Native groups actually mourned that anniversary. In the rush to get to the oil in the North Slope, a lot of issues were left out. And one of the side effects of that is the Alaska Natives' Aboriginal rights to subsistence and fishing and hunting were terminated. In the congressional notes passing ANCSA, it's in the record saying, we have every confidence that the state of Alaska and the Department of Interior will work together to protect Alaska Native subsistence rights. The state tried to do that in Anilka, and the federal government tried to do that together. At the state's insistence at the last minute, the native subsistence priority was changed to a rural subsistence priority.
Sir, could you please focus on the proposal 140?
This absolutely relates to 140.
Could you make the connection, please?
Yes, I will. I do have to get into a little background on this. I do apologize, but
we have a lot of people, so if you can start moving
I'll go fast.
quickly to your point.
Okay, the Supreme Court in McDowell overturned that right. So with that, the only protection the Alaska Natives have is the statutory protection for subsistence and the constitutional protection for subsistence. The one thing we gave up land 1.5 times the size of Texas for is being eroded and is being ignored in favor of a fishery where 90% of the fish come from 64 seiners who average $750,000 ex-vessel value per boat. I want to encourage and plead with this board to not ignore the last defense Alaska Natives have for their subsistence rights that we gave so much for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Appreciate your comments. Yes, sir. Please state your name for the record, and please focus on new information that is specifically directed at 140.
Thank you. For the record, Steve Miner, and I will provide new information that I've not heard this week. If you don't mind, I'm just going to read from my notes. Voluntary co-ops, similar to the Area M Adaptive Management Plan, are used in at least 6 Alaska fisheries as a means to reduce or avoid incidental Chinook, chum, Pacific halibut, king crab, and seabird catch. These programs are all designed to change the culture of the respective fisheries from a derby-style, every man for himself race to the bottom, into a cooperative, mutually beneficial harvest effort that reduces bycatch. All of these programs, including the Area M Adaptive Management Proposal, rely on real-time data from vessels and fish tickets, a robust communication system to alert all co-op members and fisheries managers when an area is to be avoided, a strong contract-based enforcement mechanism, and regulatory flexibility. I'm asking this board to give the Area M co-op members the regulatory flexibility they need to succeed, and then the rest is up to them as described. In my experience over 40 years, caps, triggers, and static area closures are all disincentives to co-op behavior. We know from history that those sorts of measures can lead to a continuation of the derby-style race for fish, increasing rather than reducing bycatch. I would also suggest that there is another significant benefit to the proposed adaptive management plan. Over time, if conducted appropriately, participants are going to collect a lot of data that can supplement ADF&G's management tools and this board's understanding of the fisheries which you are charged with managing. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. If you'd like to submit if anyone would like to submit any of their language, please submit it in the form of an RC. Any questions? Appreciate your comments today. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Hi, Eva Burke with the Minto Dena'ina AC. I have a couple points here. Looking at our economy in our regions, we are a mixed cash subsistence economy, whereas the Aleutian Islands is a cash economy. There's also 250 plus non-salmon species permits in the Aleutian Islands. They're not starving, they have options, they have money to buy other food sources. Without our fish, we cannot barter and trade. Our economy is depressed, our fisheries are depressed, and our people are depressed. We cannot even consider a cap. We need a time area. 140 is the way to go. You need to ensure there are sufficient time windows for chum to pass. Again, 2019 could not be planned for, and those returns are coming back this summer. We need every single salmon to spawn. Although CWAC chum in your latest data accounts for only 20% of what you're harvesting, of your Alaska stocks in that analysis, CWAC makes up 40%. So you're really relying pretty heavy on some hatcheries right there. We really need our Alaska salmon to spawn. Summer chum counts, they become significant. We don't know what those counts are at Pilot Station until June 28th, July 3rd. This Area M June fishery would essentially be over at this point, by the time we know what we're gonna see. Again, 2023 is going to be a very telling year for what happened in 2019. How many of those chum were successful spawning when they were floating up dead? Unprecedented. Chum floating up dead in the water. Hundreds and hundreds of them. Last year, by June 21st, 2022, only 834 chum. By June 21st, only 834 chum had passed Pilot Point. This is the lowest on record and well into the Area M June fisheries. We cannot set a cap. That could be all of our fish. You can't just say, hey, here's 300,000, sounds good. That does not work. We're not even seeing 300,000 chum at Pilot Station right now. If we had a repeat of 2019 and a low run, which we won't know about until the June area fishery, there might not be any chum spawning. We absolutely need a 72-hour closure to allow passage.
Do you have much more, ma'am?
I just have a couple more points.
Okay.
The 2001-2003 Area M June plan It resulted in better summer chum runs on the Yukon. We were under 500,000 in both 2000 and 2001, and in 2005, those numbers had went up to 2.5 million. 2006, they had went up to 3.7 million. Those chum were successfully able to spawn because they were able to pass, because of the management plan that has already been a regulation previously. This is not new. This has been done before. And one final point, food security. The governor has a food security task force. Food security is a major issue in Alaska. 95% of the urban people's diet, 95% of that is flown in. That is not the same number for rural Alaska. In fact, our food is probably 50 to 60% local. So now you have a situation where 16% of Alaska's population is facing a crisis. How will you feed them? Disaster relief funds are not coming to us. I have 6 people in my household. I received $1,100 to feed my kids. I can guarantee you that we're getting way more value in salmon than this $1,100. That's not a solution to fisheries management, relying on federal disaster relief funds.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Appreciate your comments. Before we move on, I just wanted to give everyone an update. It's 11:30. In about 10 minutes, our executive director, Mr. Nelson, is going to come around, and we're going to try and stop around 11:45, take a break to have lunch, and then we'll come back at 1:30. But he's going to get your place in line so that we can kind of have some form of assembly when we come back so people won't lose theirs. I just wanted to give you that update. So, yes, ma'am, if you state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Brooke Woods. I am a tribal member from Rampart. I did not participate in the public testimony process, and I will be providing new information to support 140 and why it is such a small ask. My comments are probably about 7 minutes. Is that okay?
I think you need to focus on the highlights if you can. We have a lot of people and a lot of testimony to get through today, but I'll give you a little leniency since you didn't. Okay. But please try and focus on the highlights that are directed at 140.
They're very specific. I wanted to highlight some of Commissioner Doug Vincent Sling's reports to the House Fisheries Committee on February 2022. He provided a report on the low returns of chum salmon to the Yukon River. He stated that many reasons have been identified as a culprit. Sorry, I have a call coming in. Including bycatch. He stated the sustainable management decision was made by taking into consideration all impacts to low returns and also taking into consideration impacts of management in the fishing industry and communities. He stated the department had closed in-river and coastal fisheries, including subsistence, commercial, sports, and commercial use, due to the poor runs. And that the state is mandated to manage at a maximum sustained yield principle, and when returns are low, future returns would be at risk, and the department is bound to close fishing, including subsistence fishing. He stated that 1.5 million to 2 million fish are missing based on the preseason projections of the run. He added that Western Alaska stocks could also be caught in a mixed stock fishery within state waters, such as those along the Alaska Peninsula, which an estimated 2.2 million chum were harvested, and though through genetic testing, it is known that approximately 600,000 of these are bound for Western Alaska. The Yukon and Kuskokwim have experienced collapses in 1990, and they've rebounded in the early 2000s. Right now, there is no chum cap in Area M, and the history of the AYK chum caps and other restrictions are in the 2018 South Peninsula Area Management Report, Appendix B1, pages 52 through 60. It is my understanding the state used to describe the Area M caps in the annual Yukon River Area Management Report in the late 90s and early 2000s during the last Yukon fall and summer chum crash years, and I will submit an RC with that language. Because of the measures that were put in place, one of them was the cap, but also the board, they had a floating cap, but also I'm trying to read the small, I'm gonna have to, I took language from the report and put it into a snapshot, but it's fairly small, but I'm gonna submit it as an RC.
Ma'am, yeah, if you could kind of wrap things up with
Yes,
your motion, then please do that.
So our chum salmon rebounded with these measures, but the returns of chum that we're seeing now are much lower, so the measures that need to be put in place need to be more significant. The other thing I wanted to say is, what does restrictions of salmon stocks of concern look like, and why Proposal 140 is a compromise compared to the severe restrictions planned in preseason on the Yukon River? Fall chum closures in 2020 to 2022 meant retention of non-salmon coho, sockeye, and pinkeye with selective gear, dip nets, manned fish wheels, and hook and line. Required release of chum and king salmon alive. We had non-salmon fishing opportunity with 4-inch or smaller mesh net, gill net. One thing that is different between the two regions is management decided that AYK must use selected gear for subsistence and commercial areas, fisheries, but in Area M it is not required to use selective gear or release salmon alive. Commercial fisheries on the Yukon have used selective gear over the 10 years and must release all salmon species, and we've been doing this for a very long time. The wealth of the Area M fishermen.
Ma'am, we're going to have to wrap things up here with your testimony. Would you please?
So what I'm trying to say is, we don't have the economy as Area M with their commercial fishery, but we're asked to use selective gear, release our salmon for stocks of concern. And that goes for the Kuskokwim as well. And there was a statement made that limiting time and area is not effective, but the Kuskokwim River has to do that.
All right, well, thank you very much. Is there any board questions? I recommend that you submit that if you can do that electronically as an RC, so we can read that.
Yes,
All
I
right.
will provide my whole written comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. State your name.
My name's Rick Eastlick. First of all, I've been in all these meetings since 1985. In the mid-90s, we were under the caps. There was one year, 93, 94, when the Chignik Islands had a total of 22 and a half hours in the month of June. So naturally, if there was a correlation, we'd have expected to see some kind of bump in the fall chums running up the Yukon. There was no indication whatsoever that that correspondence was there. In 1988, I got $2.40 a pound for my sockeye. For a short period, it went up to $2.60. After that, our prices dropped considerably. In 2001, the prices dropped down to 42 cents.
Sir, could you please focus your comments on 140? We're not really interested in prices during this conversation.
I know. We went on strike for the 2001. We were on strike for the whole month of June. We end up going fishing on the 8th of July. And again, there was absolutely no corresponding increase in their fishing when our entire fleet sat on the beach for the entire month of June. Now for some happy news. The Area M has 212 chum salmon systems. Of those 212, 136 of those chum salmon systems are on the South Peninsula. And I'm happy to say, never once have we had a stock of concern, never once have we had any of our systems under stress. These are small, fragile systems, nothing like a Kobuk or Yukon, Kuskokwim. And The only, I don't know if you call it a biological concern we've ever had, was when there was absolutely no snowpack. We had mild winters, no snowpack. There wasn't enough water for those fish to get up the streams. So the fish all came back, but they just didn't have enough water to make it up there.
All right,
So
sir.
never once has it been a result of our fishing.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Steve Reifenstuhl, Area M Saners. I have some old news and I have some new news. So we submitted RC 146, so that's new, but it's a 2004 Board of Fish findings, and it's all about a proposal or a regulation almost identical to 140. So during the period of 2000 to 2003, there was a similar regulation to what you're considering here in 140. And the fact is that it didn't work in terms of driving down the chum numbers, and that was during a period when there were fewer boats fishing, yet the harvests were still in the 300s for 300,000s for chum salmon. I think the report is very informative to the discussion you have before you. You know, part of the interesting part to me was that in 2004, they didn't have the WASP studies. They didn't have the most current one that we saw here in 2022. But even with that, their findings with limited data were very similar to what we now know or has been endorsed by the genetic stock composition work. And that some of those are that the numbers of fish that are intercepted in the area fishery are a small component of the total aggregate run of CWAC fish. And you've heard that figure of 5.5% in 2022. And even back 20 years ago now, they were pretty well onto that just with GSI genetic work. So there's much more information in this report. It's about a 10-page report, and it evaluates this kind of proposal, and it simply states that it doesn't work. You can get the particulars. I'd like to make a comment about caps. I think that from my perspective, we're not talking about a cap that substitute language is more effectively or truly considered triggers. They're triggers for management actions. So not a cap, but they do have numbers on it, so it's more easy, or it's easier, excuse me, for the commissioner or the department to evaluate fish tickets in time at specific dates, and if it triggers, then an action is taken. So thank you very much. I get the last final comment. In the findings, you would see that there was a proposal, because the comment's been made here, there was a proposal. They took that proposal, and much like could be done with the substitute language that you've seen and others have seen, they took a proposal and they used that as the vehicle to come up with the 2004 management plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board questions? Mr. Wood has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, no longer Madam Chair, is it? Mr. Chairman.
You got a promotion.
Yeah, right. This hearing process does unusual things. But nonetheless, I've been sitting here looking at the RC 129, which has our name on it, and I can now see where the confusion is. The language that is in dark black is the proposed language change. It would be an amendment to 140 if it were to be considered, not a total substitution. The language that is highlighted was drafted in conjunction with RC 104, which is the adoptive plan. And that would have to be the vehicle to use to get to that. What I was trying to do is keep both options open so that we don't, as a board, get to a situation where we have nothing in front of us to address the chum issue. Because I think I speak for at least many members of this board, we're determined to do something. and I don't want to get to the situation where we get boxed in. Is that your understanding as well as to what the RC 129 was addressing?
Yes, I don't know what the vehicle is, but I know there's a variety of ways it could be done. And yes, it is my understanding that that substitute language, I believe, triggers, and we could still operate the volunteer program under those conditions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, it's 11:44.
Real short.
Real short, come on forward. State
Warren
your
Wilson
name.
from King Cove, Alaska. I'm on the AC there, and we oppose 140. I think the restrictions that have been put on us from the late 80s through the 90s has been a detrimental effect to our fishery and also our communities, our socioeconomic impacts of the fish board that put on our communities and in Area M have been devastating. We see the schools shrinking, the permit numbers shrinking, people leaving our community, and when they leave, they don't come back. For an example, we have the youth retention, we have high school kids leaving our community to go to other schools, we have the kids that go to college, once they go to college, and when you are on an economic-based community and in our world itself,
Sir, could you focus your comments specifically to 140?
Yes, 140 is retention of our youth, because I am here for the future of our people, and when the people are leaving my community is going to die. And when the community dies, we're going to be stuck with nothing. Lucky enough, we have a processor there that's been there for 112 years, and that kind of explains our economics of our area. And with the crab collapse, I mean, it's getting worse. So
Okay,
that's all I have
thank
to
you.
say. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it, thank you. We're going to take one more, and then we're going to break for lunch. Mr. Schindler.
Good morning. I'm Daniel Schindler. I'm a professor of fisheries at the
Mr.
University
Schindler,
of...
excuse me, I've been overruled by the chair, so Madam Chair, I'll pass the gavel back to you.
And the reason why is because I suspect we might have some questions for you. So I'd like to break here, and then we'll come back at 1:30. Thank you.
Thanks.
And we'll start with you, Dan, when we come back. Thanks.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're going to resume our committee of the whole. We're still on Proposal 140. Our executive director is going to read the list of people that were in line when we broke for lunch. And so once he does that, if you all would come to the front, and we will proceed from that point.
Okay. The list, and most of you who were in line should probably remember maybe who was in front of you or behind you, but first up in line was Dan Schindler. Then we had Fritz Charles, Rich Freyrich, Ingrid Stevens, Drew Sparlin Jr., Stan Mack, Alan Mitchell, Karen Pletnikoff, Earl Samuelson, Brad Barr, Ralph Zimmon, Jonathan Samuelson, Jimmy Hurley, Joe Spader, Gene Sandone, and Virgil Umfenauer.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Before you start, Mr. Schindler, I think that trying to avoid some of the confusing potentially to the public, I'm going to give Mr. Wood the opportunity before we start to kind of reemphasize specifically in regards to Proposal 140, RC 129, which he submitted. So, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. RC 129, with the language that is in there, is meant to deal with RC 104 because 104 does not have a formal vehicle at this point in time. And to get it in front of the board in a formal fashion, it will take a substitution such as you see here, along with the plan itself. It does not, and I want to stress this because there have been some misconceptions out there, it does not and should not have read the way it does, substitute for 140 when we get to consideration of 140. I can tell you without any ands and buts about it, should we get to deliberating on 140, I would not put a motion to substitute this for that 140 deliberations. It could go in as an amendment so that the full body of 140 remains intact, subject to discussion on the amendment. So hopefully that clarifies. There wasn't any kind of intent to somehow gut 140 entirely. That's not the intent of it. The intent is to keep both options open. Right now I see two ways of getting chums through. There are others, but two of them seem to be the focus of attention, that being RC 104 approach and the 140 approach. And what I'm trying to do parliamentary is to keep both of them in front of this body and available to this body and to make sure we don't paint ourselves into a corner where we have neither. So that's what the goal is. And these trigger points clearly are applicable in 104. Whether it's useful in 140 or not is yet to be determined. So hopefully that clarifies it.
Ms. Carlson-Mandort.
Is there regulatory language for 104?
I could.
Is there regulatory language for 104, or is this
That's
just
what
all
this-
conceptual?
No, that's what this is for. That this RC 129 would be the vehicle to be used to get 104 in front of us.
But 104 is not in regulatory language?
This is the only regulatory language needed to implement 104 is what I've been advised.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Okay, hopefully that clears up any misconfusion, just trying to put as much information out there before the public as we can. So, Mr. Schindler, please state your name for the record and begin your comments.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name's Daniel Schindler. I'm a professor of fisheries at the University of Washington. I appreciate this opportunity to comment on Proposal 140 and subsequent amendments. I want to start by pointing out that Alaska's fisheries management is the envy of the world. And the reason for that is that there's clear authority or ways to enforce that authority, and it's guided by the principles of the Sustainable Salmon Policy. Sustainable Salmon Policy emphasizes escapement as a way to sustain the resource. It also emphasizes subsistence use as an acknowledgement of and respect for social equity. Another issue it deals explicitly with are the challenges of mixed stock fisheries and the fact that it's often the case, and I would argue in pretty well every salmon fisheries in Alaska, you have multiple stocks that are being exploited at the same time, and some of those stocks are very strong and abundant, some of those stocks are weak, and either at low abundance and/or at low productivity. Alaska has grappled with this problem effectively for decades. And in fact, the escapement policies that are in place show time and time again that this is the way to manage different stocks and to conserve stocks that are on the ropes. I'll provide one example of this from the Kvichak in Bristol Bay. The Kvichak River is the world's largest sockeye producing river, period. Nothing even comes close to it over the last century. But in the late 1990s and early 2000, for reasons we still don't understand, the Kvichak started declining in abundance and productivity. It got to the point where ADF&G had to put severe restrictions on fishery harvest, and it was essentially shut down for several years. The whole purpose of doing that was to allow the escapement into the river and allow that stock to recover, which it subsequently has. At that same time, the Alagnak River, or what some people called the branch in those days, literally exploded. And several million fish per year, somewhere on the order of 3 to 5 million, swam up the branch, which is a pretty small system. Those fish could have been harvested, but they weren't. That was the cost of doing conservation on the Kvichak. So there's precedent for doing this thing and this type of approach in the past, and it's very effective, and it's the hallmark of salmon management in Alaska. With respect to weak stocks, last week, Fish and Game produced a report that tried to put in context the recent results of GSI on chum caught in South Penn Fisheries last year, and tried to put those in the context of what percentage of the runs were actually harvested. And there's lots of details in that report. It was an immense amount of work. And I'll boil it down to one number, and that's 5%. The 5% was the average across all the stocks that were considered in terms of what proportion of the run was harvested in South Penn Fisheries. That sounds like a low number, but I think there's two important points to think about when interpreting what 5% really means. First of all, that 5% is a number that is reached at after a long chain of calculations and assumptions. And then you average across all that stuff. And from a precautionary approach, which is again part of the sustainable salmon policy, we should be considering that 5% against an alternative that's asking, well, how bad could the number actually be? It could be a lot higher because those numbers are subject to such uncertainty. So the 5% is the average, but from a precautionary approach, we should be asking, how bad could it be? And I guarantee it's higher than 5%. The other issue there is that 5% still needs interpretation and it needs context. When a run is up near its carrying capacity, plus or minus 5% means little to that population. They will not contribute much to reproductive potential of that population. When the population is down at very low abundance, 5% can mean a lot. You've heard from several people this week about every fish matters, and we see slogans outside. It sounds like hyperbole, but when the stocks are on the ropes, every fish does count a heck of a lot more than it does when the populations are at high abundance. In the case of AYK chum stocks right now, it's very obvious to everyone in this room that those stocks are at very depressed abundances. 5% means a heck of a lot more to those populations now than it would if they were up near high abundance. I guess the last point I want to make, and this is where my RC numbers may be mixed up, I'm going to comment on RC 84, which I think is the original proposal for what's now being referred to as the adaptive management proposal. Can someone correct me? Yeah, okay. So RC 84 has been proposed, I think, as an alternative to Proposal 140. And I guess I'll comment on two issues with respect to that. First of all, I guess it's three issues. First of all, it's a pretty complicated scheme. And I think we will have to put trust that these guys can pull this off in terms of coordinating all this information and sampling, et cetera. But those aren't my concerns. My first concern is over the use of the word adaptive management. That's, again, one of the things we all strive for in fisheries management, but that term has been co-opted within this proposal. This is not adaptive management. In adaptive management, you have a clear objective. And the objective here is to reduce fishing pressure on AYK chum stocks. Okay? But the way RC 84 is set up, the objective is to avoid a cap. So the way you do adaptive management is you set an objective, you initiate whatever you're going to do, you assess how are we doing relative to the objective, and then you adjust your plan. But in RC 84, there's no way to assess how well are we doing at meeting the objective, because the objective is back in the watersheds of AYK rivers. You won't know how well you did until the end of the season. You can count escapements up all those rivers. So we should not be using this term adaptive management to talk about RC 84. It is not adaptive management. My last comment is about trigger points or caps or whatever you want to call them. And this comes back to this 5% statistic, because what's reasonable as a cap, if the objective is to protect biological productivity, depends on the status of the stock. If, for instance, the Yukon and the Cusco produce as many chum as they have in the past, on peak years, spring chum in the Yukon are upwards of 4 million fish. The Cusco has produced 2 million fish in the past. If we get one of those years, Area M is going to reach that cap really quickly, because the number of fish that are intercepted is a function of how many fish are there, when you fish, and where you fish. So having a cap actually works against what Area M should be striving for. If there's lots of chum out there, the number of fish caught probably doesn't matter. The number of chum caught probably doesn't matter to the populations back in Western Alaska rivers. If the chum populations in Western Alaska rivers are severely depressed like they are now, then a few tens of thousands of fish can make a big difference. So proposing these caps or trigger points, whatever you're going to call them, I would argue works against the interests of Area M fishermen, and it actually doesn't protect Area M's chum stocks. Thanks,
Thank you,
that's
Mr.
what I have
Schindler.
today.
We'll see if anybody has any. Mr. Wood has a question.
Yeah, Daniel, I've worked on different issues in which you've either written a paper or been involved with over the years. For the listening audience and for the record, could you just give a very brief summary of your background? I know you're a professor, but I also know you've been involved with these fisheries since the day you were born, almost.
Not quite, but well, I'm not as old as you, for starters. I'll clarify that.
And be thankful, okay?
Yeah, so I started working on Alaska fisheries in 1997, so it's been about 25 years. I'm a faculty involved with what used to be called the Fisheries Research Institute, FRI, based at the University of Washington, that started work on salmon in Western Alaska in 1946, before Alaska was a state. We have maintained camps in Bristol Bay, out at Chignik since that time, continuously. We've worked as independently as we can possibly to do independent science. We've worked collaboratively with Fish and Game. We've worked collaboratively with the fishing industry, with community groups, et cetera. Many of our grad students now have jobs within Alaska Department of Fish and Game. My work on salmon ecosystems started in the 80s on the Fraser River in British Columbia. Since 97, most of my work's been in Bristol Bay and at Chignik. And the last 15 years or so, I've been working on AYK, Chinook, and chum issues.
And you can stick around for Committee of the Whole on 105 as well?
Yeah, I'll be here for 105.
We have been given a presentation during staff that calculated harvest rates for different locales, and CWAC came in at 5.9%. With the stocks being in the state that they are, probably the worst depression we've seen in some time, what is the significance of a 5.9% harvest rate?
That's going to require some calculation. So it's a good question. Thank you for the question. To reiterate it, what's the significance of 5.9% harvest rate on these stocks? Two things I think are noteworthy. One, that's a highly uncertain estimate. We know it's not zero, so it has to be about 0%. But what the upper bound is something greater than 5.9%. And what we really need to do is ask, well, how high could it be? So that's one issue. The second issue is what the relevance to the populations is. Depends a lot on their status and depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to rebuild these stocks, then a higher harvest rate is going to suppress how quickly they can rebuild. It can also further reduce those, obviously, any harvest will reduce the number of fish that spawn, and that feeds back into what the recovery rate is when conditions become favorable.
So we should be shocked at 5.9, or this is to be expected with the state of the?
I don't know what the expectation is. I mean, the expectation could be a bunch of anything. You know, the reality is that 5.9% is calculated where the harvest, which is collected, or the harvest occurs in South Penn Fisheries. I think those data are probably reasonable. The genetics, Alaska Fish and Game Gene Department, Gene Conservation Department, has state-of-the-art genetics tools at their disposal. I think the uncertainties in the genetics are very low. Where the uncertainty is you compare that number to whatever made it to the watersheds. The reality is we have very poor data, if any data, on how many fish have actually returned to spawn in those watersheds. So what you need to do is run scenarios and make different assumptions about how to interpret the few observations we do have into watershed scale estimates of escapement. That's not easy. The way you approach it is to do a full uncertainty analysis that starts from the first assumption you make to the last assumption you make to come up with that 5.9%. As far as I can tell, that hasn't been done as part of that report. So the upper bound is certainly higher than 5.9%, which obviously has a higher impact on the population.
Any other questions for, Mr. Zure has a question.
Yeah, let's see if I can get this right. So I'm I have a question about these moving caps that are being presented to us, if I can call it that. So the question is, could these moving caps, you know, you're talking about how they're not that valid, you know? So could these moving caps be valid and help at a certain set chum abundance? Like right now, you know, at the chum abundance that exists in AYK and that they're getting in the, you know, in the fishery, the Area M fishery, you know, if that never changed, could a moving cap, you know, just a set moving the same figure every year, year after year, would it be valid? Is it because it's the variability that screws it all up, right?
Absolutely. So the number of fish that are caught in any fishery, this is sort of Fisheries 101. The number of fish that are caught in any fishery is some function of where do you fish, when do you fish, how long do you fish, and how many fish are there. So the only thing we have control over are those first three things, which is when do you fish, where do you fish, and how long do you fish. We have no control over how many fish are there in any given year or any given time strata, and it's very unpredictable. If you look at the returns of chum to the Yukon or the Cusco, it's first of all, our errors on those estimates are pretty high, but they're also boom, bust, boom, bust, boom, bust. So our ability to predict so that we could proactively manage, our ability to do that is pretty close to zero. So basically what you have to be able to do is you have to figure out a mechanism to allow enough fish through independent of knowing how many fish are coming. That's why 140 is a very reasonable proposal, is because it provides windows for fish to come through. And the number of fish that get caught is a function of the number of fish that are there, and we don't know that number ahead of time.
Yeah, that's I can see that. I see your point. Yep. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so I guess coming back to that, if you don't know what's there, why wouldn't you want to have some kind of trigger cap to prevent an overharvest, since you're saying that at these rates of harvest that are potentially, you're saying, are underestimates, why wouldn't you want to lessen that impact on harvest rates going forward? So why wouldn't you want to have some trigger as an upward cap to ensure that you don't harvest more chums?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Because the biologically relevant cap depends on abundance. If next year, by some miracle of nature, we have 6 million fish, 6 million chum coming back to Western Alaska rivers, and you have a 300,000 fish cap in Area M, they're shut down. And almost 6 million fish swim by. That is more than needed for escapement, that's more than needed for subsistence, but yet Area M's shut down and can't fish sockeye in Area M. On the other side of that coin, what happens if next year Western Alaska rivers produced 200,000 chum, which is possible given current conditions, and your cap is 300, a third of which are Western Alaska chum, then you are seriously hitting them. The problem is we don't know how many fish are coming next year. Caps do not work. Caps are a good way to estimate how many fish are there. Not caps, sorry, the interception rates. The more fish that are there, the more you're going to catch.
So I would agree with that. However, the question I have is we can't, like you said, we can't accurately predict what's coming back at this point in time. So why wouldn't you want to have a fail-safe just in the event to save at least in these, keeping chum harvest at some rate of current levels of harvest? I guess so that you don't end up with 800,000 or 900,000 chums harvested in a single year.
Because I agree with you. You want something that's fail-safe. And putting a cap on is not fail-safe, because putting a cap on does two things. One, it runs the risk of having too high a cap. It also runs the risk of having too low a cap if the number of chum coming back is big. And that's going to constrain Area M fisheries. So the alternative is to say, since we don't know how many fish are coming, you provide the occasional window for them to move through the district and clear the district, which means it has to be longer than 1 or 2 days, so that you make sure that you get enough fish back. That's the way every mixed stock fishery that I know of is managed in Alaska. There's a front end closure on the Kuskokwim for Chinook to allow the first pass of fish to get through because they're going to the upper watershed. In Bristol Bay, they have gone out of their way to make sure that they distribute their escapement over the course of the run as a way to implicitly maintain stock diversity in those systems.
Ms. Carlson-Mandor.
So to follow up on the commissioner's line of questioning, I mean, was starting to sort of, I understand your point. I also kind of understand sort of the bind that puts a manager in or the department in. But what kind of keeps coming to my mind as I listen to you describe the dangers of even setting a too low of a cap and the arbitrary or unnecessary restriction of the Area M fishery, which is important to everyone here also. I mean, so what it sounds like is it's almost like an allocation plan, but we're allocating to A&S into the river. I mean, and then when you get into the harvestable surplus, you know, that's where the sort of more traditional sort of allocative issue becomes. But I mean, if I'm focusing just on subsistence, A&S needs, and escapement goal needs, you know, potentially a trigger could go away, you know, if you tie it to you know, the fact that AYK escapement goals and A&S opportunity was fulfilled.
Yeah, and sort of long-term dynamics, that's true. You know, from year to year, you don't really know if you've made escapement, of course. In June, you know, it may be in July or August. And we do know that, you know, when runs are down, they bounce around a low number, and when they're doing well, they bounce around a high number. So what you need is a strategy that is robust to not having a good idea of how many fish are coming. Caps don't do that. Caps do the exact opposite. They may not be enough to protect stocks when they're down. They may be too restrictive when stocks are up. So you need an alternative strategy, and that's why windows work. They're not perfect. You know, in a perfect world, we'd have perfect information, and we could actually titrate these fish through, and which is sort of the way Bristol Bay works. Bristol Bay and even Chignik, because they have real-time data, they have either counting towers right there where the fishery is occurring or weirs right where the fishery is occurring. They can titrate those fish into the watershed. Area M operates differently because there's delay until when the fish show up. So what you need are management strategies that are robust to give you the best chance of getting enough fish through. And in my professional opinion, windows is the way to do that. Caps is not. Caps constrains both the high end and the low end.
Mr. Heimbach, then Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand completely your explanation about caps, and I feel the very same way. I had been working on a solution for this before we started talking about caps that dovetails on something you said, that I think that relative daily abundance, proportional abundance of chums to sockeye in conjunction with maybe adaptive is not the right word, but in conjunction with some plan that had some flexibility to assess that abundance, with sideboards, triggers, and everything, would have been a far better way to address the fact that caps have some inbuilt limitations. Do you think there's any possible benefit in a proportional-based assessment as an indicator of time to fish?
Thank you for the question. The challenge there, of course, is that sockeye numbers are also bouncing all over the map. And right now, we're seeing record catches of sockeye in South Penn Fisheries because Bristol Bay abundances are so high. So my guess is chum proportionally are going to be a low proportion of the catch right now because sockeye are so abundant. So that ratio method like that is equally tricky and very seductive way to get out of this problem. I don't believe it's the solution.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you. Windows. Been advocated twice here this afternoon. 72 hours is the proper window duration. What's your opinion as to what would be ideal for Area M?
Thank you for the question. It's a good one. I can't tell you what that number is. I think we should be exploring what that number is. What I can say with certainty, it has to be long enough that fish enter that area and have the opportunity to pass through it before they're harvested. You know, boats are mobile. They can get on those fish within a day. 2 days gives them more opportunity to pass through. This is where the knowledge of the fishermen comes to play, and it seems to me that 3 days is a reasonable starting point. But that number could be refined based on some science, based on some computer simulations. 1 day is not enough. That's pretty clear. That's a pretty big district. Fish cannot move all the way through that district in 1 day.
But we're not going to have time to do all the things you just described before we asked to vote on this. 72 hours is a good starting point, in your opinion.
In my opinion, that's a very good starting point, yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Carlson-Endort?
So Dan, what I'm taking away from this discussion right now is to keep it simple, stupid, right? So we are overly complicating with triggers and caps and all of these things, and it really boils down to time to pass.
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. Keeping it simple is always going to be effective. You know, the times where you can get very technical and very complicated are in places you have a lot of control. An example for that is Chignik. There's a weir. They have literally hourly passage rates through the weir. They know how many fish are being caught. Bristol Bay is similar, maybe not quite as good. There you can actually get fancy with your management. I would not even try getting fancy with my management in Area M because there's so little control of the system out there. Simple is going to be better.
Mr. Heimbach?
Good explanation. I'm also taken with the fact that windows are completely dependent on proportional abundance through that time. And so, I mean, nobody gets out scot-free of any of the ways we're going here. There's some contingencies built into the windows as well. You must have proportional stuff moving through in order to be effective, don't you think?
Yes, you can. And what you could do if you were really worried about conservation is you would have windows and caps. You know, you'd be letting fish through every few days, and you'd also be counting how many fish are being caught on the days that fishing occurs. And you'd be doing genetics on those fish to figure out where they're going. But because we don't know the abundance, the windows in that hierarchy of things to do, allowing fish passage has got to be priority number one.
Mr. Zare, then Mr. Wood.
Okay, so to keep things simple and to make it something that might work here at this meeting, would you say looking at 140 as it stands and then making it acceptable with time adjustments, you know, like just working with windows that would seem to work but be acceptable to parties involved and stuff like that would be an approach? If you get that.
That's a tough question. I think the answer is on you on that one is, you know, I don't know what acceptable is. It depends on who you ask. But you know, from a biological standpoint, giving those stocks a chance to get to their natal rivers, windows have to be implemented. There have to be enough of them, and they have to be long enough so fish can get into the district and move through before they're exploited.
I just see that as something that could be worked out within the time we have, something along those lines. If it seems like caps, like you say, everything I'm hearing here is that it would be better to try to work something along the lines of windows.
Yeah, in the short term, that would be a place to start. I think longer term, you'd want to do some science and do some simulations and do some tagging and figure out what is the optimal way to allow passage. We're not going to do that in the next day or two. But in short term, yeah, I think that is the thing you should be doing.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. At the risk of having the chairman throw his gavel at me, you raised the suggestion that genetics be part and parcel of that plan going through, but we're told that they can't tell one chum stock from another out there. Is that because the studies simply haven't been done, or is that because the fish are so similar that there's no distinction?
Well, it's a bit of both. I mean, to be clear on a couple things, the fish that can't be distinguished are populations within coastal Western Alaska. So the fish that are going to the upper Yukon, for instance, are distinct. Coastal Western Alaska fish are distinct, and I'm talking chum in this case, are distinct from Asian chum. So there is some resolution in the genetics. The other thing to keep in mind with genetics is what they can do now would not have been believable 10 years ago. And again, if you look at the Gene Conservation Lab with the ADF&G, they are pushing the boundary, the frontiers of applied genetics and fish stocks at a global level. So I say keep funding them, keep letting them trying to find the markers that allow for distinction, because they may get them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schindler. Appreciate you being here and answering the board's questions. Come forward, please. State your name.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board members. Name's Fritz Charles. I grew up in Kuskokwim my whole life. And, this proposal 140 is already a compromise to the AYK region. Let me back up a little bit. Back in the 1960s, the department opened calm fishing in the Kuskokwim River on May 1. And people were still driving on the ice road with their pickup trucks. And then, coming down the road, we started getting restrictions on commercial fishing. First comes the mesh size restrictions and so forth. And then the rolling closures and the fishing time was reduced. And, and so forth and so forth. The windows does work. They do work. Me and my people in the AYK region are the first-hand experienced that used the window system. The windows does work. And we have been, the department implemented the genetic sampling about 10 years ago. And coming to the meeting on Monday, I was appalled. One of the reports from the staff stated the state did not, did not provide adequate money or funding to fund genetic sampling in the area of fisheries. Why is that? If you're following the state statutes regarding the subsistence priority, you would have to shut down the Area M fisheries. But no, we don't want that. I don't want that. We just want the reduction of fisheries so my generation, my grandson, could go out fishing. That's all we're talking about, is reduce their fishing time and have more opportunity for the fish to pass through so that we don't have to be in a survival mode to survive just to eat salmon. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Any board questions? Okay, before we take our next testifier, I just want to reiterate, it's 2:30. We have 16 more proposals to go in this group, and I know this one is very near and dear to everyone's heart. We're going to accommodate everybody, but please try and keep your focus of your comments on something specific that we haven't heard today that you didn't already testify to or provide to the board in written comment, so we can move things along. So, sir, please come forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Rich Freerich. I sit on the GASH Advisory Panel. And discussing the merits of 140 and everything, whether it goes one way or the other, I think this is a pertinent question to ask each and every one of you. Is there a contingency plan on the state side? What assurance do we have? And to be honest with you, the last couple of years, and I don't want to turn this into a testimony, what we've received is nothing but rotten refuse from the canneries that are not fit for human consumption. And also, we are not allowed to do our cultural aspect of it. And, you know, it kind of pains me to see that. Do we have an assurance of some sort? And I do believe it merits some form of explanation, and I'd like it in writing. And the second part of my question is, where in the Constitution does it allow for what amounts to the wholesale slaughter of one or more ecosystems in order so that another may thrive and prosper? And I'd also like that in writing.
Thank you, sir, thank you for your comments. I think that we're trying to get clarification as to points regarding 140. I don't know that we're in the position to be able to sit here and answer those questions.
Well, thank you, sir.
You bet. For your time. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Members of the board, my name is Ingrid Stevens. I'm a tribal member of the Yup'ita Vendrusky from St. Mary's, Alaska. I'm here to provide new testimony for 140 as it relates to food security for Alaska Native people. And I want to remind the board that food security is a social determinant of health. Professionally, I am a public health professional in the Alaska Tribal Health System. More specifically, I work in the areas of blending traditional activities like fishing and the use of language and culture to prevent suicides for Alaska Native people. Research findings indicate that suicide prevention, or suicides as it is relatively known, is a result and a symptom of much larger social issues, like a loss of culture. This is evidenced in the Indigenous Stress and Coping Framework from the researchers Walters in 2002. 140 provides oversight for food security for the Yukon River residents, and it will help avoid the unintended poor health and poor mental health outcomes. The problem is that we are relying on indicators that are literally numbers and escapements and catchments. What we need are proxy measures to estimate the unintended consequences if 140 is not supported. Proxy measures include the health and mental health wellness of communities and the loss of cultural identity that will result if 140 is not supported. Researchers, such as the Adverse Childhood Experiences from Kaiser Permanente in 1998 and the Shared Risk and Protective Factors Framework by Dr. Jared Parrish from the State of Alaska Division of Public Health, have found that protective factors like food security, connectedness to culture, can mitigate the harmful effects of ACEs. I repeat, protective factors like the connectedness to culture can mitigate the poor health outcomes related to ACEs. As personal evidence, We lost my father to suicide when I was 8 years old, and it was my connectedness to culture and ability to practice traditional food gathering that saved us. Fishing became our good medicine. This is also cited in the Gungasvik Tools for Life research from Tuksuk Bay elders and Dr. Stacy Rasmus. If 140 is not supported, there will be unintended consequences for residents for both health and mental health wellness that will cost the state even more in medical and behavioral health treatment. Food security and the ability to traditionally fish is a protective factor, and it should be considered a proxy measure for the board. 140 helps compromise other measures, and I am in support of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any board questions? Thank you for being here.
Guyana.
Yes, sir.
Chairman of the board, members, thank you for your time. My name is Drew Sparlin Jr., an area set netter. I am here to help you, if I can, get to some logical solution to getting these very valuable chum to the northern districts of AYK. We are in an amazing age with satellite communication. We are in an amazing age. We have in-season reporting. We do it. I just came from a fishery that every day I could give a catch per pot poll in a fishery that was developed probably in the 50s and is only getting better. So my biggest point to this would be, first of all, recognizing as a set netter, I maybe get 200 pounds on any given June season, maybe out of 28 years. So I'm not a large chum interceptor, as they would say, and it's hard to tell what percentage would even be just in the local stocks in the islands that I work in. However, we certainly can make an in-season genetic poll from every chum caught aboard and easily get a decision of the percentages with not restricting the set netting to time to catch, because that's our survival. We're just trying to catch the abundance of sockeye also traveling west. So I was thinking that since the set netters would definitely be needed as a tool to judge your windows when you have an abundance of chum traveling through the districts, and we are so spread out, you could actually get a window of time when it might be time to pull and set and give the flexibility back to the fishermen so that we can all avoid the thought that we don't feel the pain of the northern regions of interior Alaska. They're like a family to us. How can you assume that we would just throw their fish away? That doesn't make sense. We count as much as to that food's resource as they do to theirs, and it's traditional. I think it's
Sir, could you wrap up, please?
Yes, sir. So anyway, I'm just offering my vessel and time and the chums that we catch in June to help you get your in-season reporting so that you can make an easy window pass through for this valuable fish. That's it.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Next up. State your name, please.
Name's Stanley Mack. Sorry I screwed up this morning on the report. I have some new information. Excuse me. We have a test fishery out off of Port Moller every year to dictate and determine the strength and the composition of the run at Bristol Bay. Why hasn't anybody ever talked about that to do the same for the Yukon-Kuskokwim? It's a very simple way of testing and determining the strength of the run. They can extrapolate numbers, and also in that test fishery, there's a certain amount of chums that are being caught out there, but they're not talked about. But if you look at the records, and if they extrapolate the numbers, like they extrapolate the numbers on the reds, you'd see the size and the magnitude of the fish that are going to the north. Now, Bristol Bay prides himself with the greatest sockeye fishery in the world. They never talk about the chum. But if you don't know now, I will let you know that on the east side of the Nushagak,
Sir, we're focusing on 140. We're not.
this is proposal 140.
Okay, well.
This is referring to the Fairbanks Advisory Committee. And this, they catch 100% chums on the ebb tide, not the flood, the ebb tide. That means there's fish, chums going west and north. So why can't the department do something about this as they've done in Port Moller? It's a very simple operation. And that's the new information that I bring to you.
Thank you very much for bringing that idea forward. Any questions from the board? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we're getting closer to 3. We're going to have to start thinking about moving on pretty soon, and I know there's people that have been waiting, and I want to make sure everybody can, but you got to be very specific moving forward as to what the new.
Try to make it short. Earl Samuelson, Napaskiak, and I want to say, wow, this is my only second meeting here in every fishery ever. It's like coming to the Super Bowl, not knowing how to play the Super Bowl. A lot of moving parts here, I see. And I, coming back from the Bethel area, looking at the board aspect of it, we gave our trust in you. Since 1987, we've been asking, where's the salmon? Our trust is in this board. We lost your trust. When I look around and here, I feel like I'm lost here. And all of you should know that you represent all of Alaska. And I don't feel that here. And if you don't represent Alaska, I have to ask you to step down, come back and represent everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up, sir. New information, please. State your name.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and board members, for the record, my name is Ralph Simmon. I've been at this game a little while, but what I would like to say is the person that spoke earlier, I know we're not supposed to give names, I totally agree on much of what he said. I would go a little further, though, from our experience in Bristol Bay with the part about the windows and the caps. Okay, for example, we found out through many years of working at it, and that's key, we had to work at it. And if fish were going through the lower district, but we knew they were Kvichak fish because it was not producing, we had to allow a greater time limit than you can't just set it in stone. So let me explain it this way. The biologist asked me, well, what would you recommend? And I said, simple. With genetics, DNA I called it then, you would test the fish properly on the grounds and be able to come back with a number. If 80% of those fish are their fish, 20%'s ours, we suffer the consequence. But if it's the other way around, you don't fish. So that enters into quickly, because there's a few questions there about the windows. This is where the windows can, by the time the fish get to us they're moving pretty quickly. So other areas, if they've just come off the ocean, in this case, what this proposal is working with is an area like that, then the caps have a significance. Yet I am convinced that you have to have the data to know with genetics, because as was stated earlier, and I don't want to waste time here, caps may not be right. So I don't know if you can follow what I'm saying, but if this was my concern, and thank God he covered 95% of what I had to say, so that's good. But I would just expand a little on the windows and caps.
Thank you, sir, very much. Any board questions? Thank you, sir. Next, please. State your name.
My name is Alan Mitchell. I'm here to talk about Proposal 140. Because the WASP studies were unable to identify CWAC stocks separately, the number of AYK fish in the CWAC harvest in Area M is unknown, still unknown. Any measure that attempts to curtail chum harvest in June may have little or no impact on the Yukon or Kuskokwim returns. Like the previous speaker said, the more fish that are there, then the more that are caught, and obviously there are not a lot of Yukon and Kuskokwim fish around. If I was sitting in your seat, I would want to know the savings of CWAC chum I could expect from any plan. Until you can break down the CWAC group into separate reporting groups, calculating an estimate of those savings is impossible. If you impose a plan that expects to help returns to AYK by cutting time in Area M in June, those fish still have another 700 to 1,500 mile journey. If those fish then cross into a Bristol Bay fishing district, you can expect your returns to be significantly cut. And because they are part of the CWAC reporting group, they would simply be counted as CWAC chum bound for Nushagak. On the same note, Bristol Bay has been failing to meet its chum escapement goals. If you look at the Bristol Bay 2022 salmon season summary, Nushagak chum escapement was 116,692 fish. The escapement goal was 200,000 fish. The Nushagak harvest was 172,069 fish. Rather than allowing those fish upriver, they were harvested in district. Escapement goal was not met.
Sir, please wrap up your comments.
Okay, in 2021, Nushagak escapement was 125,000 fish and harvest was 211,000 fish. And again, they failed to meet their escapement goal and over-harvested in district.
Thank you, sir.
If windows are important to chum escapement for the AYK, then they should also be important in Bristol Bay, where it's currently only managed for red escapement.
Thank you very much. Just a second, ma'am, before you start. I'm going to reiterate one more time that if you have lengthy testimony, this is not public testimony. This is factual information that can add to the discussion about 140. If you have a lengthy conversation that you would like to present, please submit that to the support staff over here, and the board will surely look at it in the form of RC language. We have to keep moving on. We're starting to get more deliberative. I do not want to cut the testimony off, but time is of the essence, so please be very specific.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Karen Pletnikoff, Aleutian Pribilof Islands Association. I have 4 points to make. Many of us are hurting from climate change, including those of us surviving the crab crash, where one of our communities has a 90% dependent economy on snow crab and will be losing their emergency medical services. And what else? 3 days with no processor production is going to be economically disastrous. Food production profit margins are terribly thin, and breaking points are always closer than we think, especially for those harvesters that are reliant on tendering, like the set netters and gill netters who aren't responsible for the majority of any chum harvest in this area. The way that folks have been so against caps or trigger marks or anything but windows has brought to me to call into question the actual motivation of this. Is it just chum savings? Allow the proof of adaptive management or co-op or whatever you want to call it to show the proof is in the pudding and reducing chum take. But if the point is harm to Area M fishermen, then we can do that with windows for certain, especially to those fishermen who aren't hitting up the chum. And the comment that we had at AFN on the disunity of these two proposals that went through really brought home that feeling to me. And it was a response that said, so what? At least it'll get the attention to this issue. And so this issue has the attention, but at what cost? AFN lost a number of its participants, and we hope to see them back.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We're going to have to move along.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to move along.
Yeah, the council will be looking at a chum cap, and they will be using a co-op to execute that chum cap.
Thank you very much. State your name, please, sir.
My name is Charlie Wright. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Thank you to the board for being adaptive in this process. Also, because of the weather and the changes that we were running into, it's critical. You, the Board of Fish, do the right thing. We, the 120,000 people of the AY region affected by the salmon crash, depend on you, the Board of Fish, to do the right thing. I just want to state that Area M fishermen have other sources of income, 250 plus non-salmon permits in Area M. Many mammals and non-salmon fish, which we don't have in the interior. We don't have no more moose to speak of, and more than 50% of our caribou are gone in the last couple of years. I just want to say that we are struggling in many ways, even the ecosystem like I spoke on, and I won't go there because I don't want to repeat myself. I support windows. In 2019, we had heat stress on the chums, especially on the Chignik River showing up on the beaches. The Yukon River is a much bigger river and the Kuskokwim, so they absorb the salmon. Even the king salmon that are dying of ichneophonus are not showing up on the bars because the river is so big and deep. It's absorbing them, they're going to the bottom. We do see a little bit of the younger, smaller ones in the eddies floating around. Please think of the hardship those chums had that year, 2019, and they're supposed to be coming back. So if they're not seeing a lot of them because a lot of them died. So we're really relying on those few that made it through to come back in to help rebuild those stocks. Got to think of it that way. Otherwise, the fish are never going to come back. So I just like to, I'll leave it at that due to time, and I got more to say, but a little bit repetitive, so I'll keep it to myself, and I thank you for your
Thank
time.
you, Charlie. Thank you for being here, and any comments you'd like to submit electronically, please feel free to do so. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, hello, Board. My name is Brad Barr. I put in RC 53. You don't have to look at it now. But I want to hit on a couple things, and I'll get out of here. First of all, the June fishery is a mixed stock fishery for sure, but it is a sockeye fishery with an incidental catch of chum salmon. And then going to the 2001 regulation when it was put in place, the first year we got 48,000 chums, and there was no change in the Yukon River. It was a time of low abundance, 97 through 02. In the second and third year, when the sockeye catch went down 63% from the previous years, and the chum catch went up 21%. So both sides lose if you go with the 01 regulation or 140. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Hello, Steve Reifenstoll. I just want to correct a record from an earlier statement, and that is that the 5.5 harvest rate has to be low, and it must be higher. Well, the fact is the error can be both high or low, and that, of course, was presented in the data that the department delivered. And also, it's likely biased high because all the fish are not known. So all the components, like, for example, what's caught in CDQ groups or trawl, those are not put into the total population. So it would be biased high rather than low. And I just want to make one comment on windows. There's a huge window to the west and to the north. Area M coming across Unimac, that's a tiny area, but you have 1,000 miles of ocean to the west that is a major window. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Yeah, my name is Jimmy Hurley. It wasn't so on the Nushak River. The natives upriver in 1900 were starving because of the fish traps. So that's what's going on up in the Yukon. And then they're intercepted right now, even in Ekwok. So, it's time you all on the board look at your legal team. Wake them up, man. I mean, it's getting pretty tough there. I mean, you guys are looking at something that these guys mean business. It's not going to be very. It's not going to be very nice to end up in court. And
All right,
that's
sir.
all I want to say.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Robert Walker. I'm the first chief of Van Vick. And we support Proposition 140. Right now, my question is that we all have a church that we worship in, and the doctrine that is put forth to all of us to where we have to follow. Our church, on most of them in AYK, requests that we eat fish on Friday. Some religions have it twice a week, Wednesday and Friday. And we did talk to OSM, and this is not an inflammatory issue. This is something that has been denied our tribes on the Yukon for years. Why? Why? Are we supposed to be children of God or what? But I'm coming to you and ask you to take a look at this, because this is what we are. We're not going nowhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, we got how many more people in line? I think the people in line and the people that are on my list here, we're going to probably cut off the testimony at that point because we're starting to hear stuff over and over again. So if you'd like to start, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. This is new information for Proposal 140. It is the wrong approach to achieve the goal of conservation. If windows are the approach, then allowing fishermen on the grounds that know when chum are present to create windows is a better approach. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions?
My name is Lena Hoblet of False Pass for the record.
Appreciate that. Next, please.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Jim Simon. I live near Selchacket, Alaska. I'm just downriver from the Selchaga-Dena'ina Fall Fish Camp, which is on a upwelling where there is a chum salmon spawning location. So I'm fortunate to be able to observe. I have access to a slough that has a freshwater outlet to it, which is a rearing area for juvenile salmon. And just want to share with you, because it hasn't been discussed enough, the importance of chum salmon to the ecosystem services. And typically in like October, there's a staging area for generally around 3 dozen bald and golden eagles that typically hang out there at my house for at least through December. And they're, in the past few years, since this chum production problem has become so apparent, we have our resident bald eagle pair. And so no, those eagles just don't stage there anymore because there's not the escapement, there's not the spawned out carcasses that those eagles would stay there for those 3 to 4 months to consume. But I haven't observed any changes in the juvenile population. Now, granted, this is just anecdotal, local boys' observations. But I think it begs the question, we're not blaming the intercept fishery on this chum salmon decline, right? But at this point, every fish counts, and we're not meeting escapement goals. And really, this conversation has been about money, escapement goals, and subsistence needs. And the reality is our ecosystem needs these other resources too. And so with that, I'll just say, the interest is not just about windows, it's about fish passage and and having you be accountable to your requirements under the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Policy to protect the sustained yield of these salmon throughout their life cycle, including migration areas.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to have to move along. Appreciate the comments. Any questions? Next, please.
Okay. Jen Guinzy, I'm bringing new information that I have not heard spoken in this space this week. Rochelle Adams from Fort Yukon and Beaver, born and raised along the Yukon River. As I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional lands that we're on today. This is the homelands of our relatives, the Dena'ina people. With that being said, I'd like to acknowledge the stewards of all of Alaska, the Alaska Native people. And I ask all of my Alaska Native relatives, the original stewards and the subsistence users to please stand up. And I'd like to remind everyone in this room that Alaska is an Indigenous place. It always has been and it always will be. We are the original stewards of this land. I'd like to remind our visitors that you are visitors to our homelands. We have been the stewards. As far as Proposal 140, I really urge you not to repeat what happened in Sitka with the herring protectors and that lawsuit. You need to pass Proposal 140 in its entirety. You need to support subsistence users and escapement to let the fish return home to their spawning grounds. Otherwise, this is contribution to genocide. By not supporting subsistence users, you're breaking our ancestral relationship with the land and salmon relatives and disrupting our ceremonial harvest, traditions, and teachings. One river wasn't meant to feed the whole world, and so I strongly urge you to support the subsistence users, and you see them all standing behind me today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Masicho. One last thing. I don't see any Alaska Native language representation here. There's a lot of knowledge that we're missing out on by not having translators. Masi.
Yes, sir. New information. We need to be to the point.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm going to be talking about. I'm Jacob Ivanoff, Southern Norton Sound. I'm going to be talking about kings in 2019, 2020, and 2021. There's a total harvest of 57,000 kings in the area M fishery. And if we go back to the 2021, 2, and 3 years where the plan was implemented, similar to what is in 140, that total harvest was 24,000 kings. And I know with this disaster relief coming into the state, I strongly urge this board to give staff directive to do more genetic studies on the king salmons harvested in Area N, so we have a better idea of where those kings are going.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jensen has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You referenced 57,000 kings. I don't think that's the Area M catch. I think that might be trawler bycatch, but I'm not 100% sure, but that high number sounds pretty familiar. I know they don't catch large numbers, maybe over, you mentioned a 3-year period for the 57,000 number, correct?
Yes, that was 19, 20, and 21 numbers, and that's in the Area M fisheries. I got that off of the Fish and Game report for Area M commercial harvest.
Okay, so how many did the trawlers catch? You have any idea about that on the king salmon that the trawl fleet caught?
No, I didn't look into the trawl data.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Thomas Tilden. I'm a Bristol Bay fisherman. I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. When I first started fishing in 1965, I was a young man, probably 68 pounds and probably 5 feet. And my job was to pull on the lead line. And my father would pull in on the cork line. And there were some observations that I made while I was fishing at that young age. My dad, he pulled in the net, and the net would come in, the reds would be on top. My job was to pull in the lead line, and down toward the lower end of the net would be chums. And way down on the bottom of the net would be kings. So after observing this for quite a few years, I'm assuming that is what happens with salmon, is that the reds are up on top, the chums are lower, and the kings are way lower. And if that's the case, then we take a look at the area M seines and the amount of meshes that they have to fish with. And those need to be shortened, because if the fish are running that way, that is why you have a high chum cap, and that is why you have a high king interception going on. That needs to be looked at. I came here trusting the department, and to find out that they've been working with seiners of Area M to change 140 is absolutely disgusting. I want the department to go over and work with AYK people to come up with solutions to strengthen 140. Because it is unfair that we are giving the rich to get richer. In my testimony to you guys, I talked about the child that was tugging on grandma and asking for some fish. Did you hear that from any Area M people? Absolutely not. They don't have children crying to their grandma that they want fish. And that is essential to our culture, our way of life, and our subsistence lifestyle.
Sir,
When I listened to the reports that were given by the department, one thing that was lacking was the Department of Public Safety. When I hear about people chucking chums, I want to know how many people were charged, how many times they flew over that area to see whether or not that was even happening. That information needs to be known to the public for you to make a decision in regards to how many chums are getting illegally caught or thrown over.
Sir, we
need further studies done, and we need honest representation on this board to make the right decision to save the fishery, not to kill it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Samuelson.
Hi, I'm Johnny Cash. We all gotta laugh sometime. Proposal 141 I submitted as an RC, and it showed the fishing time, Mr. Chairman. 1984 to 2003, the seiners fished 168 hours. 2004 to 2012, 416 hours. 2013, 2018, 352 hours. 2019 to 2022, 352 hours. Mr. Chairman, as you give us fishermen fishing time, we catch more fish. And that correlates with the chum catch in the South Peninsula seine fisheries. I was around when there was an 8.3 cap on South Peninsula fishermen of Bristol Bay stocks. I was around when there was a 300,000 chum cap. And Mr. Schindler got up here and spoke about the windows. The windows were 72 hours to allow fish passage. And if you go back in my earlier RC I submitted, I believe I have that in the out of the annual annual reports from Fish and Game. Mr. Chairman, this is a very complicated fishery down there, and as Dr. Schindler said, we need to err on the side of conservation. I believe the amended language written by the commissioner or the Magnificent Seven or whoever is not sufficient to protect the chums of the Kuskokwim and Yukon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we have 3 people left. I believe Mr. Umpenauer will be the last person, so go ahead, sir, state your name for the record.
Hello, everybody. My name is Craig Chithlick, and I will be speaking a little bit about RC 98 and 112. They're both the RCs that I submitted. Some of the arguments that I heard while attending these meetings that reduced time is reduced catch in that same fishery, and it does show a little bit, but not significant, not as much as we're making it sound. The main issue was with ex-vessel value wasn't anything to do with catch. And it shows the same exact thing in Bristol Bay. It was the price of fish. The price of fish was down, so the ex-vessel value went down. The other argument is from the board and the management perspective is in latency. When the price of fish is really poor, it's really tough to make ends meet in the commercial fishery. So yeah, latency was up, but it was up in Bristol Bay. It's not a regulatory issue. The issue was that those years just happened to be really crappy years for the price of salmon. So the other, I guess the other thing that shows in 98 is thinking about the number of chums. The other argument is like we don't have enough time to go out and about and be selective. Between 2000 and 2001, including the strike, the chum catch actually went down. And between 2001 and 2004 is very statistically even with what's been going on in Bristol Bay. They had opportunity to use the regulation how it's intended, to go out, be selective, and participate in the fishery the way that the regulation was intended to allow chum to go by and make their way up to the AYK or CWAC stocks.
Thank you, sir.
Really, really briefly on 112.
Really brief.
So if we're thinking about how often a cap might be utilized, looking back to 1962 to 2022, a cap would have been utilized 19 out of 61 years. We can't manage on future stock that may or may not be there when the opportunity to actually utilize the regulation is maybe 1 out of 6 years. The stock's going to be gone. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Earl Kreger and 140. Whoop, almost lost my phone. Listening to all this that has gone on for the last few days reminded me of a very similar quandary that the Pacific Council faced when I was sitting down there in the 1990s. The king salmon were not meeting escapement in the Columbia River. It was because the dams were grinding them up and the birds were eating them. But they weren't making escapement. And what the council did was it closed the ocean fishery. And they said to the public and the communities, we know you're not at fault. Just like the oceans that are causing problems for the chums. You're not at fault. But this is all we can do. We are in charge of escapement. So the board needs to think about their job, making sure you get escapement. That's all you can do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, thank you. Axel Copen. Just 2 quick points. One, all the groups that have been referred to with this cooperative management and all that, they all have observers on board to make sure things are being done properly. So I haven't heard that brought up, so that's something that must be considered. The other thing is I heard one of the concerned area M fishermen say a minute ago that this is a sockeye fishery in the South Peninsula in June that has a chum bycatch. If you want to reduce chum bycatch, if we're not going to talk, windows lets the fish get through. If you want to reduce chum bycatch when you're actually fishing, you need shallower gear. 375 meshes deep is going to catch more kings and more chums. You shallow the seines up, you'll catch fewer. The gear in the South Peninsula can be up to 400 fathoms long. 250 fathom seine plus 150 fathom lead. Nowhere else in central or western Alaska is even close to that. So those two things, if you're serious about avoiding chum bycatch, that's one of the ways you can get around it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Virgil Umfenauer. I'm representing the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee. I just have a couple of things to say, and that is as far as travel time to go from the Shumagans to Scotch Cap or, get out of the fishery. Dr. Eggers, who was the chief fishery scientist for Department of Fish and Game back in '87, did a tagging study. And if you dig that thing up, that will tell you what that travel time is to get through there. Also, I want to point out an allocation criteria, the Alaska Board's allocation criteria. Number 3 is importance of each fishery for providing residents the opportunity to obtain fish for personal and family consumption. And that's in RC 123. And on the other part of RC 123, from the Limited Entry Commission or Commercial Fisheries Entry Commission, I have the data on what I spoke to yesterday about the number of Alaska Peninsula residents that fish for non-salmon species. And this is RC 123. And that is 225 Alaska Peninsula residents fished permits for non-salmon species in 2021, and that's for long-line halibut, Dungeness or pot, and tanner crab, and finfish caught with trawler pot gear. Well, they have jig fishery too, I know. But those are the other ones they have. And so basically, Proposal 140, when I wrote it, and when we wrote it, 23 years ago, it was to put windows in. At the same time we did that, I put windows, because I chaired the Yukon Committee, I put windows in the lower Yukon, 2 windows a year, and then Dr. White, and it was also done in the Kuskokwim River, the same thing. And I want to point out that in commercial fisheries, in the AYK, Prince William Sound, and Cook Inlet, they only get 2, that are fishing on wild stocks, they get 2 openings a week, that's all. And they range normally from 6 to 24 hours that can be extended or canceled or shortened due to whatever the in-season returns are. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Actually, I have 2 questions. Come to know you well enough to know that you know what that travel time was. Do you have the actual figure?
Could you say that again, please?
You had mentioned a Eggers study that told how much travel time was involved from the Shumagans to outside of the district. Do you know what that figure is?
The guy sitting next to you has been involved in that tagging study.
You?
No, to your right. He studied it.
Okay, well, the second.
It's Dr. Eggers. He was a chief
Okay.
fishery scientist for the state. He did the tagging study in '87. The thing that made the tagging study flawed was that the Yukon, for me, was the Yukon had practically, we had a small fishery in the lower river that year in '87, and then a couple of test fisheries in the upper
let me slow you
Yukon,
down. Only
and
thing I
then
was
we're
asking
totally
is if you
closed
knew
for the fall.
just- Virgil, only thing I'm asking, if you know what the travel time is, that's all I was asking you, if you knew it. And you apparently do not. That's fine, okay? Now, you're one of the, not you, but the AC's one of the authors, or is the author of 140. If it were to be implemented by this board as submitted, what are your expectations as to what impact it'll have on the passage to chum, either in numbers or percentages or whatever medium you wish to express it in?
You mean if 140 passes as written?
Correct.
I think it will reduce the number of chums. That's why I wrote it that way, and basically that's what Dr. Schindler said too, and a lot of other scientists that I've talked to have said.
No question that will reduce it. What I'm asking, have you quantified what that reduction would be?
It's impossible to do that, but I can answer that by saying this. I know that in 2022, we had roughly in the Yukon River. Now, the Yukon River, compared to all the other rivers in the AYK, has a very good sonar on it. We have two main stem sonars, one at Pilot Station, 130 miles approximately up from the mouth, and one just before you get to Eagle, going across into Canada. And those sonars have been there for many years, and I think we have a very competent crews that run those sonars, and there, the numbers past the sonar in 2022, when we're saying we had a 5% exploitation rate, the numbers of fish were only about 20% or less of the average. And so trying to say that there should have, and so figuring that out, whenever, you know, in the WASP study, it was 57% was the average for the coastal Western Alaska stocks. But if the other systems in the Yukon or in the Western Alaska were basically from Norton Sound down the same as the Yukon, about 20%, then there wouldn't be that many Western Alaska fish caught in that fishery because there wasn't many to get caught. And I might mention one other thing that has not been mentioned at this meeting, and that is in 2022, Norton Sound only, because they don't have a way to enumerate how many fish are there. There's a whole bunch of small rivers. They do count some fish on the Unalakleet River and the Quinnipiac Weir. However, what they caught before they shut the fishery down was they caught 5% of the average 20-year average harvest. I think it was either 20% or 10%. I mean, year average, only 5% of it. That's all they caught.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Mr. Umpenhauer. Mr. Umpenhauer, do you think the pollock trawlers play any part in the demise of the runs up the Yukon River, or are they not playing any part in the lack of chums going up the river?
It's my personal opinion the pollock trawl fishery does not catch as many of the Western Alaska chum salmon as the area fleet does. And I've looked at what happens in the pollock trawl fishery, and I know that the guy that was doing a lot of genetic stock identification is done on Yukon River stocks. And so they did a lot of sampling in the pollock trawl fishery and did the genetic identification on those. And there was a hell of a lot of Southeast Alaska hatchery fish in that pollock fishery. They come right from DIPAC, some of them.
Well, our king salmon too. But yeah, I know that when they haul their trawl in, it all goes through a place where you got two observers watching what's going on. So there's really an accurate count of those fish. So I just wondered if you knew what the number was. I don't. I'm just curious if you might know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Virgil.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sandone.
Good afternoon. My name is Gene Sandone. I'm representing Yukon Delta. I'll be very brief. Katie Howard, when she was speaking, when someone asked about the chum salmon recovery, and she says she's hoping to see some light in 2024. So we're not out of the woods. It's still critical, and there may be subsistence closures next year on the Yukon and Kuskokwim. The other point I'd like to make is that I really appreciate the concerted effort that the seiners made in trying to avoid chums. And if you look at their sockeye to chum ratio, it went from 2.6 to 5.4, more than doubled. But interesting enough, the drift gill net sockeye to chum ratio went from 12.28 to 25.66 in the same time period. So I'm wondering, based upon that information, what was the real effect of the stand downs and the search for sockeye without a lot of chum. So I hope that's new information.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Appreciate your comments. All right, we're going to wrap that up, at least for this proposal. Sir, you got to make it real quick.
Really short. I'd like to apologize, and I want to ask the board, prove to us that the system works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's 3:19. I think we probably should take about a 15-minute break. There's a lot of proposals that are coming up after that had very similar conversation points, so we'll take that into consideration. We'll come back in 15 minutes. If everybody could get a seat, please, we'll try and get started here. Okay, everybody, we'll resume where we left off on Committee 2. If I could have the department read onto the record Proposal 139, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Lisa Fox for the record. Proposal 139 would amend the South Unimak and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan to restrict commercial salmon fishing time. It's 5 AAC 09.365, the South Unimak and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Is anyone from the Dena'ina Chiefs Conference want to speak to Proposal 139?
This was the proposal that we submitted before the 140 got submitted, and that's our replacement. So as long as you take action on 140, we don't need any further action on this one.
Thank you very much. Any board questions? Appreciate the update. Anybody else like to speak to 139? Okay, if the department would read into the record 134.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 134 would amend the South Unimak and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan to reduce fishing time in the South Alaska Peninsula. It is again 5 AAC 09.365, South Unimak and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Is anyone from the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission here today? Would they like to speak to Proposal 134?
Hello, can you hear me? Kevin Whitworth, Executive Director for Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. We'd like for this board to take action on 140, and we resend this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wood has a question.
You do realize that we're not going to reopen Committee of the Whole on any of these once we go through this process?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else like to comment on Proposal 134? Proposal 137, please.
Proposal 137 would amend the South Unimak and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan to reduce commercial salmon fishing time. It's again 5 AAC 09.365 with South Unimak and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Is the author of this proposal in the room? Would they like to speak to this? Would anyone else like to speak to it? Seeing none, we will move on, please. Proposal 133.
Proposal 133, again, is 5 AAC 09.365 with the South Unimak and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Is Timothy Murphy? Yes, sir. I'd like to speak to your proposal.
Yep, I'm Timothy Murphy for the record. This is a window-style proposal, similar to 140, to allow the passage of non-local stocks.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak to one? Yes, sir. Come forward.
Hello, George Anderson, Chignik Intertribal Coalition.
Briefly, I wanted to talk about the effectiveness of windows, and I'll use probably the most recent example. In March of '22, this board passed a RC 104 establishing a stock of concern designation on early run sockeye for Chignik. Okay, the question was put before us: what would you need to get escapement? So we went to the best science available using WASP and AGRS and came up with a plan and proposed it to the board. They prescribed RC 104 as written, a 50% reduction in fishing time in South Penn when we were not meeting our escapement. When run, it proved to be effective. So I just wanted to use that as an example for effectiveness of windows. So.
Thank you, George. Any questions from the board? Appreciate it. Thank you. Come forward, please. State your name. Turn your mic on.
Sorry. Kylie Thompson for the record. Last March, Area M Seiners entered into an agreement with Chignik Intertribal Coalition to protect the early run sockeye in Chignik. That resulted in Chignik beginning fishing on July 11th until further notice. Their processor bought until August 14th, which gave them 792 hours of uninterrupted fishing time. So we believe that agreement, seeing that agreement through, is plenty of protection for Chignik sockeye for the near term, at least until the stock of concern designation is lifted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, Axel Copen. If you guys could look at PC 29, you'll see, now this was found out when we were researching the sockeye harvest shift from the board's action in 2004 shifted the sockeye harvest from the South Unimac district into the Shumagon Island district, where more Chignik stocks are present. And as a byproduct of that, as you can see, there was also a huge increase in chum harvest in the Shumagon Islands in that time as well. And that's the first page of PC 29. But if you get into the second page, you can see the sockeye harvest shifted from South Unimac to the Shumagon Islands significantly in the pre-2004 Board of Fish, or the pre-2004 management plan. About, well, 20 million out of the 26 million they caught in the 20 years prior to 2004 were caught out in South Unimac. Since the 2004 action, 10.6 million of the sockeye caught in the June fishery are caught in the Shumagon Islands. Now, there was a tagging study done in 1968. The WASP study actually backed up those numbers that put the Chignik sockeye percentage somewhere around 18%, 17% in June in the Shumagon Islands. So you go from harvesting 6 million, a little over 6 million there, to harvesting 10.6 million there. It has a pretty significant impact on Chignik if you just extrapolate out the numbers. That's the reason, part of the reason for this proposal. When the board passed the current regulations, there were fewer permit holders, seiners, particularly seiners, fishing in Area M. The seine fleet has almost doubled since that was passed. A lot of that seine fleet operation happens in the Shumagon Islands. So you're getting increased harvest on Chignik stocks. Now, at the 2004 meeting, we told the then chairman of the board, when they stopped for a second, when they plowed through on this, we told him that this was going to have a harmful effect on Chignik stocks. He said, "I know and I don't care." So here we are again. I think the numbers are there that show there's been an increase in the effort on Chignik stocks. And that's why we need windows to get those fish through.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you. State your name, please.
My name is Alfredo Aboid, and I have a little bit to say about it. We need escapement. The escapement, like he say half what I was gonna say, he jumped into it, so he got it. I don't wanna repeat it, because that Shumgan is getting bigger and bigger intercepted area for area Chignik. The fish you take from Dalgoya, I mentioned it earlier, maybe you haven't mentioned, it takes 72 hours approximately. I'm not scientist 100%, but that's what it takes to go from the Dalgoya area up to the Koprianov or the south end. And that's why we need some windows. We need 72 hours. You can put one day 32 or 36 hours. You go from the Dalgoya, you can catch it in Pavlov or Stebevac. So it doesn't do us any good. We need that 72 hours.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wood has a question.
I'm going to have to go back and look at 140 again. But my recollection is that the windows in the 140 is written in not 72 hours, but something in the 50s, like 56 or something of that nature.
It's 33, I guess, for the proposals they have earlier. Some of them 33 hours. And that's not sufficient. We need more.
You're advocating that an amendment be made to increase it to 72 hours? I'm trying to find out what it is. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I asked for 72 hours.
Thank
you for asking.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Okay, I don't see anyone else on proposal 133. Proposal 136, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 136 is again 5 AAC 09.365, the South Unimak and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Would anyone like to speak to Proposal 136? Seeing none, Proposal 135, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 135 is 5 AAC 09.365, the South Unimak and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Please state your name for the record, please.
My name is Rachel Allen, and I authored this proposal. I did it not knowing what the other proposals would be coming in, of course. And I know in Chignik in the past years, I've never seen proposals that really stick. I don't know why, but I wanted to bring something in before you that was a moderate, something moderate that would be easy to possibly pass. And I thought this was a very moderate offering. The reason why I put it in is because when, from 1975 until 2001, there was a GHL and it set a ratio between catch in Unimak and catch in the Shumigans. As soon as that was removed, there was a large shift to the Shumigans. Anything caught in the Shumigans increases catch on Chignik stocks. Chignik stocks are down right now. And so I wanted to bring that back into play, but not necessarily attach it to the Bristol Bay harvest. It could just bring back the GHL as a whole, but it was my intent to at least get that balance that was in place for 26 years re-implemented again to start protecting Chignik stocks.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Appreciate your comments. Would anyone else like to speak to this proposal? Seeing none, Proposal 141, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 141 is 5 AAC 09.365, the South Unimak and Chignik Islands June Salmon Management Plan, and also a little bit of 5 AAC 09.300 gear.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Would anyone like to speak to this proposal? Seeing none. Proposal 142, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 142 is 5 AAC 09.365, the South Unimak and Chignik Islands June Salmon Management Plan, and also 5 AAC 09.366, the Post-June Salmon Management Plan for the South Alaska Peninsula.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Yes, sir. Please come forward. State your name.
My name is Jim Smith. I entered this and then RC'd it with 087 in an attempt to move the first 3 hours of June and dispersed it into July. I don't have anything to add at this time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Mr. Jensen has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What was the RC again?
087.
087. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on this proposal? Proposal 138, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 138 is 5 AAC 09.365, the South Unimak and Chignik Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Would anyone like to speak to this proposal? Yes, ma'am. State your name, please.
Karen Plentnikoff, Mr. Chair. A point was made earlier about co-ops in the ground fisheries having onboard observers. This is talking about observers. The vessel size and the type of fishery this isn't conducive to observers. And the reason that they're required in the ground fishery is because those are catcher processors who aren't delivering to an onshore processor where you can easily count the fish with a third party. So the justification is just completely different and not there in the salmon fishery. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Wood has a question.
Yeah, I've asked our executive director to get us a briefing on cams used as observer, and we'll be having that sometime in the future. Have you ever given consideration to that, to where you wouldn't have an actual physical human being observer on, but rather a cam doing that task?
Whenever enforcement and the department determine that there's a reason to require observers, then cameras should always be a first line consideration over a human observer on these small vessels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to comment on Proposal 138? Did you have anything else?
I don't think there's any justification at this time indicating that there is a good reason, either through enforcement or through the department, that would justify an observer program of any kind. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Proposal 143, please.
For the record, Tyler Lawson, Cold Bay Assistant Area Management Biologist. Mr. Chairman, Proposal 143, amend the post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula to close the set gillnet fishery in response to Department Immature Salmon Assessment. It's 5 AAC 09.366, post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula, and 5 AAC 09.330 gear.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Yes, sir. Please state your name, please.
My name is Benjamin Allen, the proposer, and this actually is a twofold process that was put in there in response to some of the data that came through from the department in the recent test fisheries, in the risk-fused test fisheries, and the changes of gear that has happened recently with these set netters. with the change in the smaller mesh size, this doesn't allow for immatures to swim through their meshes anymore. And we stated this in the last one, but after looking into further research, we actually found out that the way that immatures are being calculated are insufficient for the gear types now. That's been our major concern. This will be referenced in an RC. I had to pull it off of the emails because it's not in the AMRs, but it is released by the department. And in, let's see, 2019, the update number 1 from the Chignik Island Immature Test Fishery, the Chinook that were caught were enumerated of the non-immature size, was the number of them were caught were 55, for a totality weight of 147 combined, which means the average weight of a so-called mature king salmon was 2.7 pounds in that test fishery, which is, in my opinion, absolutely absurd. That's not considered to be immature. So to rectify this, we've proposed new language which to help the department, instead of having what would be considered gill in the web, it would actually be considered a size ratio. And so we did some research on the department's website stating what they believe adult size is and what we have to throw back for king salmon and things like that. The RC on that one, I believe, is RC 71, gives some lengths and definitions of the size that they should be using. They can do it in the cannery after they do the test fishery, take all the fish, including the gilled fish and the ones that are in the net, and actually find out what it is. The gear change that we have now in the Chignik Islands is almost that of drum seining at the speed at which they can bring their nets in. 20-minute open haul, but very quickly bringing it in. We've known this because our gears have advanced. If you bring your fish or your net in quickly, you have less of a chance of getting immatures, to the degree where we can actually end up with herring in our net. They don't swim through because the net's moving too fast. So because of that change, we need some type of balance, and I think that it's really important, but I'll put these, it's, I believe it's from 18, 19, 20, 21, and this year as well. There's a pretty low number on all of them, including the chum salmon, which were 1,000 of them caught, have an average of 4 pounds. So thank you. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you. Any board questions? Appreciate your comments. Anyone else on 143? Yes, sir.
Rick Eastlick, gill knitter out of Sandpoint. I used to use 5 1/8. In the last couple of years, I did go down to 4 3/4. I'm still averaging over 4.5 pounds per average, and I've never caught a fish that small in my gill net. First of all, I haven't caught a lot of fish, but certainly nothing like that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Jim Smith, Satnet from Area M. We don't catch immature salmon. Large salmon go through our gear that we have. It's just an attempt to keep us from fishing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments on, yes, sir.
Rick Eastlick, Sandpoint. I just forgot to mention that I don't have any power gear. I pull it, I work out a skiff and we pull it all in by hand. And so we do it like Jesus did, I guess. Old man style. Thank you.
Good for you. Thank you. Anyone else on 143?
Axel Copen, Chignik. Set netters aren't the issue here. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not representing, the AC or anything, but you look at the harvest of chums, you look at the harvests by the set netters, and whether it's June, July, whatever, they're not out there hammering the chums. They're not the ones catching the immature. They have a test fishery for the seine fleet for the immatures. So I don't think the set netters need to be included in this. I don't see how that's going to accomplish anything. They're not at fault. They're not impacting the immatures. I do support the part of the proposal, though, that redefines what is considered an immature. If you're only counting the fish that get gilled, there's a lot of immatures. Just because they don't get gilled doesn't mean they're not an immature salmon. So when you're having depressed stocks all over the state and the problems we have with Chinook, now who knows where they're going, right? But I think it would be better to protect the Chinook, the chums, the sockeye, rather than keep ignoring this issue and just going by a system that doesn't account for immatures that aren't getting gilled. But again, I don't see any reason to include the set netters in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board questions? Anyone else? Final call, 143. Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir, excuse me.
Taylor Lundgren, Area M Seiner. I personally have conducted this fishery, the test fishery, over the years, and it's difficult enough to get through this as it is. And we're the only ones in the state that have to conduct it. So, I don't know. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
In this proposal, there is an unanswered concern that I have because there's lead web that's used, and it's web rather than gill net. And whatever mesh size that is, I think it should be addressed in this proposal so that the lead web was perhaps like Kodiak 5-inch mesh, if it's just to get them off of the beach. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Jamie Wirtz. I'm an Area M seiner. I've also conducted the test fishery that we're talking about. The test fishery is a set number of sets and set places. There are no leads being used during the test fishery, just to clarify that. And a lot of the times when we do the test fishing, we have fishing games on board. They're there to witness what's going on. We're bringing out members of the community, people from the tribal coalition. Anybody is welcome to come out for the test fishing. It's a very transparent process, and the entire goal is conservation. We shouldn't be looked at as trying to sneak through something here. It's something that we're trying to do in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any board questions? Okay, last call on 143.
Hi, for the record, this is Ben Allen coming back. I'd like to mention that as this proposal adjusted, we're not saying that they're doing anything nefarious with the test fishery. I think they're doing a fine job. There's nothing wrong with it. I think that it's an antiquated way of accounting the fish, especially at the stocks that are having difficulties now with the Bristol Bay king salmon, as well as the Chignik stocks and many other ones going into a management stock of concern. The department believes when we are catching our salmon and we hit that point, we need to release everything that's 28 inches and up. And so everything below that is more considered as a not a spawnable fish, and so that we can retain them. And a giller of that size is not really connecting those dots. And so that's what we're looking for. Also, I'd be willing to let go of the set net people in this and not be part of it. It's just mostly how we regulate the test fishery. I think it needs to change from gill net to measurement of size. And that's what it is, not anything to do with the people in Area M. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board questions? Okay, yes, sir. Last one, then we're going to move on.
I got two questions, two. One of them, we fish the same thing, the same system. We don't have a test fishery. But the fishermen themselves, they can control that. We have a couple of areas where we can catch immature or gilled one, we call it. The one that's gilled, we call the fishing game and let them close the area so nobody else comes into it. We done that before, we still doing it, and I have been doing it quite a few times. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Proposal 144, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 144, amend the post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula to allow for fishing periods starting August 1st in the southeastern and south central districts. 5 AAC 09.366, post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula, and 5 AAC 09330 gear.
Thank you very much. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Yes, sir. Come forward.
Good afternoon. I guess some new information that I didn't present during my testimony. The reason that, and I'm not sure why the department was opposed to this. I think it was possibly that it was 36 hours. And we, as a seine fleet, had initially offered 16-hour periods, but that didn't allow sufficient time for the set net fleet to participate concurrently. So I guess what I would ask today is, I've already stated why I think it's important. If we could change the August management plan to allow the seine fleet and the set net fleet different periods of time, we would be fine doing 16 hours to get the data and to do, to see what's out there. And we would be fine with the set netters, fishing what they needed.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Anyone else on 144? 145, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 145, amend the post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula to increase commercial salmon fishing time in the South Alaska Peninsula. 5 AAC 09366, post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula. 5 AAC 09330 gear.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, my name is Julian Manos, and I just haven't heard much discussion about this or anything, so for expediency, I don't have any further information to give you, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, sir. We like expediency around here. Any questions from the board? Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Proposal 146, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 146, amend the post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula to increase commercial salmon fishing periods. 5 AAC 09366, post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula. 5 AAC 09330 gear.
Thank you. Is the author of this? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, board members, my name's Rick Eastlick. When I go past Kelly's Rock, which is about 10 miles from the harbor, I go almost another 15 miles to get to my site there in Archidina Bay. That's a considerable distance to go. After the 10th of July, the Chignik first runs over. Bristol Bay is either winding down or done. And this would give me the potential of another 5 days of fishing. I say potential because I can lose at least a quarter of my time in June because of the weather. When you're going out there in a small boat, and you lose a lot of time that I'm just anchored up, I'm not fishing. I know, that's the opportunity we have to fish, but in reality, I'm fishing a whole lot less than what your records might indicate. So this proposal would do two things for me. One, when it's closed for such an extended period of time, then, what are you going to do? Sit out there on the hook for 2.5 days before you go fishing again? So no, we usually run back to town, which is a lot more fuel and cost to us. And so with the bad weather and everything else in consideration, all this would do is wouldn't change the starting date of anything. They would all remain the same. Would just be extended 24 hours, and then the corresponding closure would be diminished by 24 hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board questions? Appreciate your testimony. Yes, sir.
Yes, Axel Copen. Chignik AC voted unanimously to oppose this proposal. The windows that have been put in the July fishery were put in place for the several stocks that transit through the South Peninsula headed. If you look in the WASP studies, they are dominated by Chignik, and east of WASP, which Cook Inlet and Kodiak, I guess. I'm not sure exactly how east of WASP is defined beyond that. But that makes up the majority of the catch. The Bristol Bay sockeye have moved through. Yes, Chignik's Black Run, or Black Lake Run, has moved through the area somewhat. If you look at 2006 in the WASP study, you can see that the Black Lake Run was actually still present pretty well in the South Peninsula fishery in July. So it's not always through there. But then the late run, which comes predominantly from that area, gains in predominance in that area. So for that reasons, we'd like to see the management plan stay the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Anyone else? Proposal 147, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 147, amend the post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula to increase commercial salmon fishing periods for set gillnet gear. 5 AAC 09.366, post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula. 5 AAC 09330 gear.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Yes, sir. Come forward.
Brian Hartman here. We need more time, guys. 10 days total is what we have. At least 2 of those, I will get weathered out. And I don't even fish. We need time in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate it. Anyone else on Proposal 147?
Yeah, this is Ben Allen, the Vice Chair of the Chignik AC. We oppose unanimously to this, again, for the same things that were spoken about earlier, about time and area not being being raised just expands the fishery. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
What impact do the set netters have that you're concerned about?
So the set netters have a heavy impact for Chignik-bound fish, not in that they are as effective as the seiners, but they still have an effect due to the dominant stock of the Chignik-bound sockeye in the areas that are moving. And we understand, but just adding more time to the area gives very little for trying to distinguish a mixed stock fishery like that. An expansion of it goes against the department's plan that I can't think of right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Eastlick, Sandpoint. Like I said earlier, we have 136 dog salmon systems in this time. In South Peninsula, 136. And although the Chignik component is a small component of our fisheries, the vast majority at this time would either, first of all, the dogs usually fall off around the 20th of July, where we're hardly catching any dogs after that. And then it's usually pretty much a pink salmon fisheries after the 25th of July. What will happen with the red salmon is they tend to, after the 20th of July, they're falling off dramatically. And then usually somewhere around the 5th to the 7th of August, if we're allowed to fish, then we start seeing another little bump coming on our sockeye. But at this time, it's primarily local fish. We have up in Archidine, this Archidine system is one of the only red salmon systems out there in the Chignik Islands. Yes, there is some more out by Nagai, but you know, I have a pretty good sized lake up there, and On the far right is sockeye, and these are shallow lakes, but it's big. In the middle is a really big pink system. However, as it goes after about 4 or 5 miles, it comes to a real cliffs. Years ago, I sat on the RPT, the regional planning team for Southwest Alaska. We were talking about getting dynamite in there to blow out some steps because the spawning area and the rearing area up behind those would be tremendous for us. However, that never developed. And then at the very far left side of Archidine Bay, there's actually a small a steelhead system. But in the last few years, I've only caught just a couple of those steelheads. So yeah, primarily it's a local fish in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Appreciate it. Okay, come forward.
In there real quick. Yeah, Drew Sparlin, Set Netter, here I am. Likewise, I really wonder how much impact with 15, 20 of us set netters scattered pretty large distances over the Shumagan Island region has on the Chignik when we're catching maybe over a 48-hour opener, 1,500, 2,000 pounds. So we every now and then get a larger production rate, but I really think that it's a time scratch fishery, and percentage is predominantly westward bound.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, I think we're going to move on. Proposal 148, please.
Mr. Chairman, Lisa Fox for the record. Proposal 148 would amend a suite of salmon management plans to reduce commercial fishing time in the South Alaska Peninsula area. 5 AAC 09.365, the South Unimak and Shumagan Islands June Salmon Management Plan. 5 AAC 09.366, the post-June Salmon Management Plan for the South Alaska Peninsula. And 5 AAC 09.360, the Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Would anyone like to speak to this proposal? Proposal 149, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 149 would amend a suite of salmon management plans for the South Alaska Peninsula area to reduce commercial fishing time. Includes 5 AAC 09.365, the South Unimak and Shumagan Islands June Salmon Management Plan, 5 AAC 09.366, the post-June Salmon Management Plan for the South Alaska Peninsula, and 5 AAC 09.360, the Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Is the author in this proposal in the room? Would anyone like to speak to this proposal? Okay, well, I think we have concluded Group 2, and I would just like to say I appreciate all the courtesy that everyone in the room showed each other. I think this was a fairly smooth process. I know these issues are very near and dear to most of your hearts, and I just wanted to say thank you. And I will pass the gavel back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Excellent job running committee of the whole group, too. Well done, thank you. The time is 4:30. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and come back on the record with committee of the whole group 3. And we'll get through committee of the whole group 3. And my intention is to, once we complete group 3, is to break for the evening, give time for substitute language, give time for RC review, and then we will deliberate tomorrow morning on groups 2 and 3. So 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and do group 3. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Time is 4:55. We are back on the record. We're going to begin Committee of the Whole Group 3, South Alaska Peninsula Salmon. There are 3 proposals in this group, and I will turn it over to Chair Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are on Committee of the Whole Group 3. We have 3 proposals ahead of us today. We're going to start off with Proposal 150. Would you please read the proposal?
Yes, for the record, my name is Matt Keys. Proposal 150 is to amend districts and sections of the Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan and South Unimak and Shumagan Islands June Salmon Management Plan by including the Volcano Bay section of the Southwestern District into the South Central District. It's 5 AAC 09.200, descriptions of districts and sections. 5 AAC 09.360, Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan. 5 AAC 09365, South Unimak and Shumagan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Is the maker of this proposal in the audience? Please come forward, state your name.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Allen. I'm the proposer of the plan. It looks really complicated on the paper, all bazillion pages of them. It's basically all it's doing is, with the high presence of due to the WASP study, high presence of the Chignik Mountain fish that are going through the Dogoi section, we wanted to change the management plan to reflect more closely to the sedum and tie it in with it. That area was expanded in 2004, and it was already fully allocated fish and should have not been expanded based on that, but it was, and so we're looking at a way to kind of get it tied into the dominant stocks of Chignik that are passing by.
Thank you for that. Is there anybody that would like to follow with any new information on this proposal? If so, please come forward. Please state your name and the mic.
Hi, my name is John Foster. And if I'm reading this proposal right, what it does is it folds the South Central District, Pavlov, Volcano Bay, and the Dogoi section and puts it into the Southeast District Mainland Management Plan. Well, what happens there then is Chignik is going to control about 1/3 of the south side of the South Peninsula. We'll never get back on there fishing again now. Southeast District Mainland hasn't opened up in 5 years. And if you're folding in a whole new area there, we're never going to get down there and get in there. Also, I've heard Chignik say that, well, scent netters aren't really that big of a problem, but after the last 4 or 5 proposals, I'd say maybe we are a problem in their eyes.
Thank you very much. Any further testimony on Proposal 150? Please come forward and give your name at the mic.
Yeah, George Gunnerton. I'm not sure 100% on, it said 2001 or 4, but prior to that, the Dogoi section was always open with the July management plan. It would open 5 days or whatever the schedule was. It was always open before that. So it wasn't a Chignik section. And we always fish there, and it's our local fish. Volcano Bay is one of the biggest dog producers around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further testimony on Proposal 150. State your name, please.
Patrick Brown, Sandpoint AC. We were unanimously opposed to this proposal. When the sedum program was put into law, it displaced a huge fleet of fishermen from the area. Most of those people, well, they were forced to go elsewhere. A good deal of them ended up in this area that's being described as this. If this shuts down, they'll just have to keep moving to another place, and it's just kind of an area grab. Thank you.
Thank you very much. More testimony?
Yeah, Axel Copen. The sedum plan was put in place in 1983 or 84. Seiners were, I don't know who put this in, but the Seiners don't get to go into the Southeast District Mainland until July 11th. That's been the case for a long time. So But anyway, this would include it. The biggest heartburn is that this area was not open in June prior to 2004. So if Proposal 140 were to pass, this wouldn't matter anymore. It's that simple. It's a way to try to reclaim an expanded interception fishery in 2004, where there was fully allocated fish. There was no reason to open this area. And the WASP study showed a high percentage of Chignik-bound sockeye in this area. So it's an issue for Chignik. But again, July, once July rolls around, you know, there was a management plan in place for that prior. So, but it all depends on 140 and how much we worry about this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. For the testimony on Proposal 150. State your name for the mic.
Rick Eastlick, Sandpoint. 45 years, I've seen a lot of different things. I've seen years where the fish come into Chignik almost like shooting an arrow. They never came by the south side. They didn't come down through Igvik. I've also seen years where they did come through our area and Igvik was starving. I've seen times when Igvik caught the fish. And then, like I said, I've seen times when they've just been, Chignik fishermen been fishing and fishing, and we're sitting down there for 2 weeks in, you know, right around the corner, and we're hardly catching a fish at all. So to always refer back to the WASP studies where they indicated right from the get-go that this is just a one-time snapshot, and this is what we have here, to go back year after year and claim that that was, you know, it's the predominant fish. You know, in reality, it's much more smaller component of fish that we're catching, especially at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Further testimony on 150.
Patrick Brown, Sandpoint. I'd like to speak to this false notion that Area M is an expanded intercept fishery. Permit usage between 81 and 96 was 335 permits in the area. We currently, the average between 2011 and 2020 was 246. We've got about 2/3 of the fleet that we did back in that era. So I'd like to put this notion to rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Further testimony, Mr. Copeland.
Yeah, Axel Copeland. I don't want to get into tit for tat, but they also have double the fishing time they used to have. And if you look since 2004, their participation is increasing, and especially since Silver Bay moved in there in 2019, their participation is increasing rapidly. They're not bringing in little boats, it's big seiners. Some of these guys pack 200,000 pounds. Big seines, big gear, weather doesn't stop them. There's a difference between a boat in 1976 and a boat in 2022. Thank you.
Further information, new information on Proposal 150, please.
Kylie Thompson for the record. Different proposal, same information, I guess. The seiners voluntarily pulled out of the Dolgo Island section in 2019. This proposal definitely targets the set-net fleet. If the Southeast District, by Southeast District mainland rules, the seine fleet would be allowed back in July. So using the seine fleet as the impetus is silly, so thank you.
Hey,
Kylie, she has a question for Chairman. Has a question.
Can you repeat for me? You said, when did the seine fleet voluntarily pull out of the Dolgoys?
2019 in a deal with a board member.
Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Alvin Osterbach. I fish out of Sandpoint. I've got some old information that's so old now it's new information. So when I grew up, started set netting, we fished this whole area, including all through Stepovac. We started Monday morning at 6 a.m. and we closed Friday evening at 6 p.m. And that was that way for years up until either the late 60s or early 70s when somebody picked a number out of a hat because they didn't have any information on why we should get a certain percentage of what went to Chignik. Prior to that, drifting, in the month of June, we drifted the whole month. If you wanted a day off, you had to make your own day off. And the other thing, I think when we come up here, everybody keeps saying this expanding intercept fishery or this intercept fishery. Every fishery in the state of Alaska is a mixed stock fishery. And until you get right into the natal stream, you're fishing somebody else's fish. So if you want to call it intercept, they're all intercept until you get to the natal stream. And the other thing is, the closer you get to the natal stream, the higher rate of interception, if you want to call it that. So if you get farther and farther away, like we are, over 1,000 miles from some of this, you have to realize that your intercept rate goes way down. Thank you.
Question for you, Alvin Dwayne.
Hey, Alvin, when you were describing sort of the way you fished back in the 60s with I remember my grandpa talking about that too, where you opened on Monday and closed on Friday, and they really enjoyed that. Did you have the distinction between areas L and M at that time?
No, ma'am. I still have some of my old crew member licenses, and mine are stamped M and L. And when you're in Chignik at that new dock there, I think my dad's house was right up when you're looking at the dock off to the right where those trees are up there. So we fished both areas.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alvin. For the testimony, please state your name.
Edgar Smith. I used to fish in Pavlov in the 1st of July, and when you get into Pavlov and around that area, you're catching local dogs. I mean, you got Canoe Bay, you got rubies, and even Long John's down on the Arch Point is a red salmon deal. So when you're getting into Pavlov, there's a lot of local fish that is in there. Even into end of last week of June is you're catching local fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. One more time, Rick.
Rick Eastlick, Sandpoint. In 1985, when the settlement program came into being and the separation, what happened is there was very, very few Area M fishermen at that meeting. And at the time, what they did to come up with the average for those numbers, they took a 10-year average, okay? Had they taken a 5-year average or had they taken a 15-year average, there would have been a lot different on our percentages of our catch. But prior to that time, we used to fish, get paid by the fish, not by the pound. And so here we were catching these real big fish, and we were getting the same price for a big fish as you would for a koi-jack fish, a little wiener. So it wasn't fair. So we sat on the beach. We were striking all these years. And as a result, we did, I can't remember his name. Anyway, the guy that owned the plant back there in Chignik. So we sat on the beach. We got away from the price per fish and got it to the price per pound. But at that time when we were striking for the per pound issue, we never dreamed that this was going to come back and bite us for 40 years down the road. So that's why, when we got that split there, our percentage was so low. And, the board never considered that. So, like I said, if you go back and looked at the numbers way back, then you would see a 5-year or a 15-year average would have put our percentages much higher than what we were allocated.
Thank you, Rick. Last chance for 150. Nothing, move on. We'll move on to proposal 151. Can staff read that for us?
Proposal 151, amend gillnet specifications and operations to allow offshore anchoring of up to 25 fathom seine web lead, 5 AAC 09.331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Thank you. And Edgar, I didn't mean to cut you off. You were coming up to talk about the last one, so fair game for either one. Go ahead.
All right, my name is Jim Smith. I entered proposal 151 because we're allowed a 25 fathom lead on our set net, and I would like to use it along pretty much all the rocky shores. There's bull kelp, and if I could set my lead right in that kelp where a lot of the fish are running down the beach, it would be beneficial to lead them out into my gillnet web. But as it is, The regulation states that the lead has to be tied to the beach and go dry on the inshore end at low tide, I believe. And I can't do that, it's too dangerous. I did that once and almost flipped my skiff over, and I never would try that again. So that is one of the reasons. And, what did I have? I have notes because I would forget. Oh, and in the current regulation, people are going up, managing to get their leads hooked on the beach and set them out. But a lot of times the weather will come up and they can't get them back off, so they leave them out. And that is probably illegal. But it happens because they can't retrieve them. So there is a problem with the current regulation.
I have a question for you, having set netted down there. I just can't recall how many places there are that have that situation. It is also conceivable that people would use this as a way to get quite a ways further offshore?
Perhaps. I don't know that it would be beneficial as the lead doesn't catch any salmon.
And did your AC address that potential as you met with seiners and set netters down in Sandpoint?
Yeah, there was one fellow had opposition to it. He said it might get in his way somewhere, but they would remain neutral, as far as I remember.
Further questions? Chairman and then Mr. Jensen.
How does seine web not catch salmon? I'm confused.
It's small. What is it, 2.5 inches? I'm not sure what it is. It doesn't catch salmon. I mean, the seiners have leads, and they have seines, but they have a 100-fathom lead, set it anywhere they want. I mean, I'm not going to bring that up, I guess, not a problem. But as a set netter, you set your lead. I mean, these kelp patches are offshore. There's reefs offshore, and the fish follow down. If you could set that part in there and lead the fish out into the set net web, it would work.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a size limit for the lead, the seine web lead? Is it, what's the?
Yeah, it's the same as the seine web. I don't really know the.
2 3/4? That must be in the reg book somewhere.
We don't, is it 3.5? Doesn't seem that big.
I know it's about like that.
3.5?
Okay, did you see a issue with this potentially enabling you to catch more fish by getting further offshore, not being attached to the beach? That's not the impetus behind this proposal, is it?
No, it's just the ability to use. I generally are fishing along the shore. The kelp patches, they're all down through Unga, Cape Devine, where I go, through Corbin Bay. It's, I don't think it's gonna, offshore, like say, what, a half mile off? I don't know that it would make a difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further comment on Proposal 151? Familiar face. Come on, Rick.
Rick Eastlick, Glacier Spirit, or Sandpoint. First of all, I have to tell you, I had a crew member killed on my boat in 2012. It wasn't salmon fishing, but I have to tell you, I never want to go through anything like that again. And I've had a couple issues where it got quite precarious trying to get up on the rock and to try to set this so this lead would be legal. So the fact that we can just throw it off into the mud right close by, would be a very big safety issue for us. As I indicated before about the cost when your skiff's banging into the rocks and all the burrs and everything. But where I really want to go with this is the lead, you tie the cork line to the lead, and then we lace the mesh down together. And so like when the other man there mentioned about trying to pull your, weather comes up and now you got to get this lead off the rock, you're all of a sudden in a really, difficult situation. With that said, if you look at the charts where all these registered set net sites are, what you'll see generally is you'll see a deep blue where the deep water comes right up close to the rock. We don't want to get out into the deep because the fish are coming in close to the beach. And so we don't want them running on the inside of us. Let's put it that way. Now, it does change throughout the summer, because generally in June, your fish are running a little further off the beach. But when July comes and August comes, those humpies, they're right up in the rock piles. They're really, really close to the beach. They're, smelling the water to make sure this is the right stream for them. And so, we want to be on the beach. That's the purpose. And so the idea that, I'm going to be 2 miles off the beach somewhere, and like they said, that lead is a thick. It's not designed for catching fish. It's designed for leading the fish. And that's what we use it for. I just want to say that for me, it's a real safety issue as well as a financial issue also.
Rick, you have a question from the chairman.
Thanks. You said you don't want to be 2 miles off the beach. I think I just heard the previous speaker make mention of a half a mile. I mean, that's not set netting.
Those anchors don't, I can use up to 5 anchors on one set net. I use 2 on the inside, 2 on the outside, and 1 for my hook.
But there's nothing in the reg, if I'm reading it wrong, please correct me. There's nothing in the reg that would keep you towards the beach where you say you want to be. There's nothing requiring that, though, as a beach anchored net would be. Is that correct?
No, not exactly. It's just that it cannot be moving. A set net is set. And we could go up, right now, theoretically, I could go out to the 3-mile limit and set it as long as it's stationary.
And set to what?
Pardon me?
Set to what out in the 3-mile limit? What would you set it to out there? I don't understand. Help me.
Legally, I can set that net way off the beach right now. As long as it's stationary and it's not moving, it's not a drift net. I can already go out there. So 25 fathoms, out in the middle of the ocean, 25 fathoms, you can't detect 25 fathoms, when you're 2-3 miles off the beach. And we're not going off the beach. We want to stay close to the beach. And with these kelp patches and stuff that we see out there, it's almost like, the kelp can be almost like a lead in some regards. But, this way it gets us right up there close and keeps the fish from running on the inside of us.
Well, yeah, Lisa, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Lisa Fox for the record. Set gill net operations in the South Peninsula don't operate from the beach very often. They're often operating from a boat. There's not a cabin on shore like a set net site. Like in Kodiak, it's not like a same place every single year. They're operating from a larger boat and then working their nets with a smaller skiff. So they can set both ends of the net out in the ocean. If they want to use a lead with their set gill net, the way the regulations are written, they have to be attached to shore with the lead.
That's what I'm getting at, because I don't understand it. You can set it out, but then it's moving.
It's just anchored on
water
both.
is not stationary, and there's, unless you're setting it in the 5 minutes of a low water slack or something.
Yeah, it's just anchored on both sides, just anchored to the bottom.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate the clarity. I'm struggling.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Further testimony.
Yeah, Edgar Smith. I think into both cycles of this meeting where you're dealing with the lead deal, it was too black and white, but how I use the lead is discretionary. If I can close the gap in the beach, I would, but how I use the lead is to stay off the bottom with my main net so I don't catch bottom fish, and it's in there. They don't gill and stuff, but, and I fish offshore too. When I do fish offshore, I don't use the lead because 25 fathoms really pulls on your anchors, and you don't want a lot of strain on your net when you're pulling on it. And why would you use a lead offshore anyhow? It doesn't gill the fish. It's useless offshore, but thank you.
Thanks. That's helpful. I was just trying to picture that in my mind.
So for the record, my name is Ben Allen, Vice Chair of the AC. We were unanimously opposed to this. proposal due to the fact that the good fishermen that are following the rules and the laws, but if you start taking it and you go find some wad of kelp and use it to lead your fish and guide them into it, it starts to exploit it in ways that are unknown at this time. And so because we can just see a way of misusing this and just gaining more area to scrape up fish in areas that were normally not used, which would be an expansion, and we didn't think that that was appropriate. Thank you.
Drew Sparlin, SetNet. I would like to clarify, we don't use these leads all the time. First of all, I carry a 15-fathom one for a certain spot that I can get on the rock when it's not surging at a certain point. I have a 25-fathom one that I rarely ever set, but sometimes it just has to be set in order to get the fish to come out of the kelp and not get my net snagged all over the bottom and barnacles and bull kelp and the little critters, you know, all the bottom fish. So I'm hoping that they understand that it's trying to keep us from getting killed more than anything. Just allowing us, even if you have to say within 20 feet or 50 feet of a rock, not being on the rock, trying to retrieve it at the end of a closure. I think that's kind of the direction that Jimmy was trying to go here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barlin. Further testimony on Prop 151.
My name is Connor Murphy, and I'm an area set netter. I fully support this proposal. It's going to help with safety a lot. As many set netters know, fishing the beach can be pretty dangerous, and this is going to help us keep off the beach a little bit and able to work our gear. Then I've also submitted RC 155, which would adds the Northern District to it, and if there's no opposition, I hope the board would go with it.
Connor, I have a question for you.
You bet.
As far as I can tell, at least on the south side, the real goal is to not have to have the very inside of the seine lead in a really precipitous place. We're just trying to get the inshore end of the seine lead away from when the retrieval of it is inordinately dangerous. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Connor, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know if this is a question for you, Connor, or somebody, but how many miles of available shoreline do you have in Area M to set net?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm not too familiar with the South Peninsula fisheries. I stick in the North Peninsula, and we got maybe 6 miles of shoreline in Port Muller Bight and several in Nelson Lagoon and in the Ilnik section. There's a lot of area, lots of area. Hundreds of miles.
Other board questions for Connor? Further testimony?
Yeah, this is Edgar. Like I said, it's discretionary. Sometimes we have a set net straight up against the bluff. Sometimes we're fishing in carol patches. Sometimes we're fishing in real shallow shelves. So a person will use a lead in any combination of ways to stay away from bottom fish, safety, increase their fishing, but I mean, it's probably could stay here all night trying to explain how we do this here, but it's a lot of different variables how we use a lead.
Yeah, Edgar, I have a question for you, and kind of building off what the chairman had asked about set netting and stuff. When people talk about fishing offshore down there, are you talking about having an anchoring system out in 40 fathoms of water with sandbags? Or how, when you talk about fishing offshore, there's got to be a practical limit to it, right?
Yeah, the practical limit is to get it in a tide streak, or we use it different ways. Is predominantly a set netter wants to get on the beach, but then if the tide streaks offshore or part of the fleet moves a little bit, but a lot of it, probably 80–90% are in stationary in certain spots that they fish all the time. But, and like you said, if it gets rough someplace, you might want to move for a few hours, then we have to throw it out. But the net is stationary. It's not moving at all. When we set it, it has to be there. And to fish in 40 fathoms is not practical because you have to have so much scope that the net's going to go all over the place and drag, and you're out in the shipping lanes and stuff. But I mean, we're using all kinds of variables to stay away from boats or be safe or whatever, but, and to catch fish.
Thank you. Further questions? Further testimony? Ms. Allen?
Yeah, my name is Rachel Allen, for the record. And my biggest concern is that if it's opening up fishing in different areas, right now, because so many stocks of concern are out there, if they're using lead web, and I just now heard that it's 3.5 being used, that's a prime mesh size for gilling immatures. And so it would either shouldn't happen and you shouldn't pass this, or you should raise the size up to a 7-inch mesh if it's truly to just get away from shore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We kind of need to move it along here right now, so I'm going to go ahead and get some testimony on Proposal 152 after the staff reads the proposal.
Proposal 152, amend the closed water boundary in Stepovac Bay to increase commercial fishing area in the Stepovac Flats section 5 AAC 09.350 closed waters.
Thank you much. Public testimony on Proposal 152.
Patrick Brown, Sandpoint AC. We put in this proposal to allow access to this certain closed area. So for the SEDM plan, it's open, but then after July 25th, once the SEDM plan closes, basically this area closes as well. But what it doesn't say, and what's not in the information, is that there are some terminal areas in the Stepovac Flats area, large rivers. They're not really regulated per se with SCGs and whatnot. We have talked to the department. They have observed fish in there. They don't really have any idea, I don't think, how much. I think there's an estimate, but I think it's a way for us to access terminal areas, especially in times when we're losing areas of time as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Public testimony on Prop 152.
Yeah, Mike Kurtz here. Yeah, that area you're talking about, there's a couple of big systems. A couple of them are hard to monitor for chums because the lower portion has poor visibility, but there's good pinks, good chums, and very little mixed stocks in there. And we haven't had a lot of access to it in the last few years. At times, the Stepovac rivers are probably the top chum rivers on the whole peninsula. So I support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment on Proposal 152.
Ben Allen, Chignik AC, fully opposed or unanimously opposed due to this expands the area for fishing in an area that is predominantly Chignik-bound stockeye. Thank you.
Thank you. Any new information on Proposal 152? New information.
Hi, John Foster again. When we put this proposal in, we put it in because on July 28th, I believe, Stepovac closes for good for the rest of the year. And it can't open, no matter what the escapement is or anything, it can't open. All we wanted to do was to be able to open it if there is a surplus of fish that ADF&G says we can go after. So it's still all up to the department if it opens or not. This just gives them the ability to open it if need be.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Thank you. No questions. Yeah. Mike, you have something more?
Yeah, Mike Kurtz here. Yeah, real quick. In the years I've fished Stepovac Flats, if I've caught 10 sockeye, I'm exaggerating.
So you do stretch the truth once in a while.
Well, if I haven't got anybody to contradict me.
Yeah, thank you. Further testimony on 152 before we move along. Looks like it. So Madam Chairman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Heimbach. Well done. And I think at this time, we will go ahead and pause for the day, and we will resume tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m., where we will begin deliberations on Group 2 and 3. I encourage folks to work on any substitute language and get it submitted if you're working on it. Thank you. Bye. Oh, wait, sorry. Director Nelson.
We are going to be moving our meeting to the other side of the main floor this evening. We would have had to move at the end of the day tomorrow anyway, and so we're going to take advantage of the fact that we're getting done at a reasonable hour tonight. So for all the staff at the side and the back tables, and all of the audience, get all of your belongings out of the room tonight. For the folks around the table here, if you could please take your binders, we've got our table already set up on the other side, and carry your stuff over to your place over there, and then we'll take care of the microphones and all the rest of the stuff this evening, and we will be over there tomorrow.
Question to staff, and so the public knows it. All RCs that have been submitted thus far are now in our hands, board members' hands. Is that accurate?
There's
Two more?
two that came in since we distributed.
Okay, I'll wait for them then, okay.
River.